Hello. I'd like to welcome members, officers and members of the public to this extraordinary meeting of the Council, which has been rearranged following the cancellation of the meeting scheduled for the 9th of December. I hope you had a good Christmas and a happy new year. Before the meeting starts, I would like to invite the committee member and the scrutiny manager, James Lovegrove, to update you on the systems being used.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of rules of debate, if a member wishes to speak, they should use the speak button located on the microphone unit in front of you. The microphone will light up green and the chair will be alerted of your request to speak. When the chair invites you to speak, your microphone will be made live and will turn red, at which point you can speak. The normal procedure rules in respect of debate and times to speak will apply. For the public participants joining us this evening, we will control your microphone centrally and they'll be turned red when it's live and you'll be heard around the room and on YouTube. Voting. When requested to vote, voting will be via the yes, no, abstain buttons on your microphone unit. Details of how members voted will be shown on the screens around the room and the result will be visible on the YouTube channel. In the event of a tied vote, the chair will have the casting vote. Are there any questions before we proceed with the meeting this evening? Good, thank you. I'll now hand back to the chair.
Apologies for absence. I've received apologies for absence from councillors Rona Cameron, Sam Collins, Caroline McDonnell, Vijay Pupla-Singham and Michael Muir, Kathy Brown-John, Tina Bartois and Emma Rowe. Are there any further apologies? Councillor Ruth Brown.
Councillor Lisa Nash and Councillor Steve Jarvis.
There's been no notification of any other business advised. Chair's announcements. In accordance with the council policy, this meeting is recorded. The recordings will be available on both the council's YouTube page as well as the council's ModGov site, alongside the documentation from the meeting. Climate emergency and ecological emergency. Members are reminded that this council has declared both a climate emergency and an ecological emergency. These are serious decisions and mean that, as these are emergencies, all of us, officers and members, have that in mind as we carry out our various roles and tasks for the benefit of our district. More details are included on the agenda front sheet. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded to make declarations of interest before an item. The detailed reminder about this and speaking rights is set out under Chair's announcements on the agenda. Rules of debate. Please can I remind you that the normal procedure rules in respect of debate and times to speak will apply. No speeches may be made after the mover has moved a motion and explained the purpose of it until the motion has been seconded. When seconding a motion or amendment, a member may reserve their speech until later in the debate. In accordance with the Constitution, please can members ensure that no speech exceeds 5 minutes without the consent of the chair. Comfort break. This evening we have an item on the agenda which refers to strategic planning matters. For the purposes of clarification, in order to vote on these agenda items, a member must be present for the entirety of the debate and consideration of those items. If a member leaves the room at any point during these items, they will not be able to vote. This applies to agenda item 6 and the corresponding referral 5A will be heard alongside that item. For all other business on the agenda, a member may leave the room during the debate and consideration of that item and be able to vote. However, please be mindful of the business on the agenda and where possible, leave an appropriate point in the proceedings. If the meeting goes on at length, I will pause for comfort breaks at suitable times. Change to the agenda. Being mindful of members of the public wishing to speak on items in this meeting, I've agreed to the following change in the order of the published agenda and public participation will now be immediately before the respective agenda item 6. There is an additional referral to consider 5B regarding decarbonisation of leisure centres update, and this will be considered as the last item of business on the agenda. Given the volume of business on the agenda and the additional referral, I've agreed to refer agenda item 7, Constitutional and Governance Review, to the next scheduled meeting of full council on Thursday, the 23rd of January 2025. A reminder that tickets are on sale now for my civic event and awards ceremony, which is taking place at Hitchin Town Hall on Friday, the 28th of February from 7 o'clock, and will be raising money for SANS. Thank you for those already purchased tickets. I look forward to sharing the evening with you. Long Service Award. Geraldine Goodwin celebrated her 30-year anniversary of working at North Herts Council on the 6th of December 2024. Geraldine, or Jerry as we know her, is the Revenues Manager. Jerry joined us in 1994 after working for the DHSS, now known as the DWP, for 8 years. Jerry has a vast wealth of experience and knowledge and is an absolute asset to the council, and has seen the council experience many changes and challenges over the years. In recent years, Jerry has been involved in a number of projects to update and enhance the revenue service. During the COVID pandemic, she was instrumental in making sure that local businesses were supported through the turbulent times by distributing government funding to businesses across the district to the value of £50 million. Showing great adaptability and determination, she was part of a small team that administered over a dozen different support schemes and worked tirelessly to ensure the funding was reaching businesses in a timely manner, providing essential support to our local economy. As we celebrate this momentous occasion, we want to express our heartfelt gratitude to Jerry for her outstanding service and dedication. Thank you to Jerry for 30 years of exceptional service. I would like to propose that the council place on record its sincere thanks and appreciation of Geraldine Goodwin for her long and valuable service to local government. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Val Bryant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments? Councillor Ian Albert.
Thanks, Chair. And I think probably hopefully I can speak on behalf of both myself and Keith Hoskins here, who are the portfolio holders in this area during the COVID period. As you mentioned, Jerry was absolutely instrumental in driving forward the ever-changing regulations that we had from government to deliver business grant, our own local business grant scheme. And that was actually a huge benefit to not only, I think, to me and Keith, but more particularly to many local businesses employing many hundreds, if not thousands, of people. And I think Geraldine certainly should be absolutely complimented for that. But I think the other thing is to say is that I think Geraldine has been really instrumental in helping us drive forward a new council tax reduction scheme, banded scheme that introduced a couple of years ago. Again, working with her has been an absolute joy and pleasure, and I'm really delighted, obviously, that we're actually thanking her this evening. And I wish, hopefully, Jerry a very successful future with us, and really to thank her for all the work that she's done over many years.
Councillor Hoskins.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can I just add to that a tribute to her for the tremendous work she did and continues to do in supporting the business improvement districts that we have at Letchworth, Royston and Hitchin. Thank you.
Councillor Daniel Allen.
And could I also give thanks for the excellent work that she does with the North Herts Cost of Living Alliance. Thank you so much for all your service to North Herts Council.
Okay, there's no one else. Can we go to a vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. That motion is carried unanimously.
Okay. Item referred from other committees. Referral from Extraordinary Cabinet 26th of November 2024, East of Luton Strategic Master Plan Framework. I will take this referral with agenda item 6. Referral from Cabinet 14th of January, Decarbonisation of Leisure Centres update. I will take this referral later in the agenda. We'll move to item 6, East of Luton Strategic Master Plan Framework. And we are joined by several members of the public who will be providing a presentation for members regarding East of Luton Strategic Master Plan Framework. As a reminder, please ensure that the content complies with speaking scheme and that no presentation is more than 5 minutes and is not defamatory, offensive or frivolous. I remind you that if you are close to approaching the 5 minutes, I'll let you know. Can I invite Karen J to provide a 5-minute presentation to members?
Thank you. Councillors, my name is Karen J and I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of Offaly and Cockenhoe Parish Council. The Parish Council has shared 2 papers with you. 1, our concerns on the master plan, and 2, Luton's housing need position. In continuing the pretence that Luton has an unmet housing need, let's talk about the gaps and inconsistencies in this master plan. Firstly, the developers have made a new encroachment into the Greenbelt. They have expanded the allocation area and presented it as a done deal in this master plan with no scrutiny from you. Councillors, this is not the allocation agreed in the local plan. Next, the open space table in the master plan is flawed. The master plan says average population for a development of 2,100 homes is 5,040 based on an average of 2.4 people per home. But this vision could cram 10,000 people onto the site based mainly on 3- and 4-bed homes with an average occupancy of 5 people. This master plan says you don't have enough open space for 5,000 people, let alone 10,000. With 5,000 people, the developers have land grabbed extra Greenbelt land for sports pitches. For 10,000, they'll need even more. Which farmer's field will the developers take next? And the plan categorises woodland as multifunctional open space. That cannot be right. The focus must be the right size population for the land allocation agreed in the local plan. NHC policies on this are clear. SP9 states mix of houses should be in the master plan. If housing mix was included, we would know the potential population capacity. Your third-party consultant told us that mix wouldn't be in the master plan. Really? Councillors, these are North Herts policies and you should insist on their compliance. Mix of homes should be in the master plan. Next, and still pretending. 1,950 homes in this development, in your words, NHC, is solely to meet Luton's unmet housing need. How are you going to do it? The site-specific SP19 policy relating to affordable housing is in your local plan and should be part of the master plan because the inspector insisted on a main modification. But your officers say it can't be shared until planning stage. Why? We need to know how the affordable homes will be delivered. We need confidence the developers will actually deliver the affordable homes and not subsequently claim they are not financially viable. This is exactly the problem Luton has. Just 7 affordable homes delivered in the year of their last published authority monitoring report when over 1,100 homes were built. 7. Councillors, comply with the policies your inspector insisted on. Reject this master plan for unapproved encroachment into Greenbelt. Reject this master plan because the public open space table is flawed. Reject this master plan because of the contradiction in plan number of people living here. Reject this master plan because your SP9 policy mix is not complied with. And reject this master plan because your SP19 policy affordable housing is not complied with. Councillors, the final agreed master plan will set a design framework which will underpin future planning applications. It needs to be the right version, and this is not it. This version has the potential to deliver cramped housing conditions, overpopulation, insufficient open space, and many 3-storey dwellings towering over existing communities. Councillors, either reject this version for rework or defer it until the outline planning applications bring all the relevant information to the table. No one can build on this allocation until there is an approved master plan, but lack of an approved master plan does not stop the developers submitting planning applications. Simply, the master plan is assessed at the same time as any planning when all of the data is available.
You have 1 minute left.
The easy thing to do would be to approve this master plan. Don't do the easy thing, do the right thing, do not approve it. And finally, why are we even here? The pretense is over. Data published by Luton enables us to calculate that Luton has land supply available to them to cover over 13 years of their housing need. Instruct your officers to carry out a scrutiny review of Luton's housing position and settle the question of Luton's housing need beyond doubt. We will then see the master plan is not needed. The land east of Luton should revert to Greenbelt. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any points of clarification from members? No. Thank you, Mrs. J. Do you want to return to the back and we can move the next person down? And I invite Mr. David Dorman to provide a 5-minute presentation to members.
Good evening. My name is David Dorman. I live in Mangrove Green and I've been campaigning for years against this unneeded east of Luton development. Building heights. Page 96 of the master plan states that the buildings at EOL will be predominantly 2 to 2.5 stories high, quote, to reflect surrounding residential land use within Luton, unquote. But the building height framework plan on page 97 shows predominantly dark brown building areas, which are mainly 3 stories down to 2.5 stories. Mostly 3-story buildings would tower above homes on the Luton edge, as well as dominate the existing village housing. The planned secondary school along Chalk Hill, effectively the highest point of the development, is also denoted as 3 stories high. This would be a blot on the landscape viewed from the east. This needs to be reduced. This Chalk Hill location, with no improvements planned to this single-track road, is a recipe for disaster, as we have repeatedly pointed out. This school will cater also for pupils coming from the villages to the west of Hitchin. The school run along these roads from the villages will become a dangerous nightmare. There needs to be a serious rethink on this. School access arrangements for the villages west of Hitchin need to be rethought and confirmed, and improvements made to Chalk Hill. The lack of a GP surgery was flagged as a serious concern during the consultation, and yet there is still no guarantee that a surgery will be provided. Weasel words that the local count centre may have space allocated for either a GP surgery or other healthcare provision, subject to input from relevant providers, just don't cut the mustard. How will new residents in EOL be able to access a local doctor? Has anyone measured whether local surgeries at nearby Wigmore, in Luton and at Whitwell will be able to cope with up to an extra 10,000 patients? This needs to be rectified in a revised master plan. Road provision generally in the development is woefully lacking. With no employment on site and only a vague promise of a sustainable bus service, the stark reality is that people will still use cars, especially if their place of work is not on a bus route and further afield. 2,100 homes equates to some 5,000 extra cars. The planners seem to live in a utopian world where everyone walks and cycles. In fact, the whole master plan feels like an exercise in lifestyle re-engineering rather than simply providing housing, realistic modern living and a decent infrastructure proposition. In page 67 of Appendix A, it states that, quote, pedestrian and cycle movement will be prioritised over other modes of transport through 20-mile-an-hour speed limits, restricted parking at local facilities, reduced road widths and traffic management measures, quote. We also note that home frontages are close to the road edges with vague mention of some shared drives. Car parking is seemingly not encouraged. On page 98, the only way the planners believe that people were travelling is by walking, cycling and public transport, but not just in EOL itself. It also adds, quote, it equally applies to the full range of journey purposes, whether recreation, education, retail, medical, or short or long distance commuting. Councillors, this is unrealistic. By all means, try to nudge people towards walking and cycling, but not at the expense of making their lives difficult. No mention of the scores of delivery vans that can be expected. No mention of how visitors to EOL families will be able to park their cars. How do emergency vehicles get through in a hurry? Will parents doing their weekly shop with heavy bags have to wait for a bus or even walk or cycle? Get real. Some more serious work is going to have to be done to confirm transport mitigations, road safety measures, and a parking strategy for the whole site. We also query why there is only one access road to the Crown Estate part of the development. Is this sufficient from a safety perspective? Incidentally, much of what I have highlighted also doesn't meet elements of your own policy SP7 on infrastructure requirements and developer contributions. Few final points. Thames Water information shows that the upgrade to the East Hyde sewage treatment works to handle foul water and sewage from EOL will not happen until at least 2030. This will mean either a slow housing and infrastructure phasing plan for the site or the building by the developers of a ghost town with houses remaining empty for years.
You have 40 seconds.
Fundamentally, this EOL housing, which is meant to help meet Luton's unmet needs, is unnecessary. We've provided detailed evidence over the years that Luton doesn't have an unmet housing need, and now at last, as you have seen, Luton has finally provided the actual figures that prove that point. This statement, apart from which we found through a Freedom of Information Act, is now easily available on the LBC website and is a material consideration, which means it has fundamental significance to this master plan and this wholly unnecessary EOL project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dorman. Could I please ask you to return to the back? Oh, sorry. Are there any questions or clarification? No. Okay, thank you. Can I invite Caroline Cottier to provide a 5-minute presentation for members?
Yeah, hello. So my concern is the archaeological records. So I've given everybody a copy of the maps because unfortunately we weren't able to put them on the screen above. So I've emailed you all of them and you should be able to see a copy hopefully now. If not, you'll just have to look at them later. But I've taken the master plan map and the ivory areas are obviously representing the houses. The pink areas are the 2 primary schools. The mauve is the large secondary school. So what's currently there is high grade agricultural land, which has been farmed by the same family for the last 3 generations. So it's a great loss. Actually, agriculture is really important at the moment, especially. As you say, climate change is to be considered. And we have 3 main areas of ancient woodland shown by the dark green patches. So that's in your master plan map on page 665. Now, the historic environment record for Hertfordshire is available at the link I've given you. And what I've gone through the entire thing and I've marked out all of the different sites on the master plan map to find out what sites are beneath what parts of the master plan, and we're going to lose a hell of a lot of heritage here. They seem to have not taken into account any of the archaeological sites, which range from late prehistoric all the way up to medieval, and there are many, and not all of them are in the historical record either. There's another study that I also provided you with a copy of that shows there are many other archaeological sites additionally, and it was done in 2008 for Blur Homes, who is the developer who's going to do this housing site, but it hasn't been, data hasn't been entered into the historic environment record. So that's not great, is it? I'll show you the going through all the sites. So we've got a post-medieval building which falls beneath a place that's now designated for building. That's the first slide. We've got, I'm just taking a handful. There are many. I can't do all of them because we don't have time. But the next is a medieval site which falls foul of the primary school in the lower triangular point. This is dated 1066 to 1500. So it could be as old as William Conqueror's era, and they're going to stick a school school on top of that. They haven't even thought about whether they should excavate this. There's an ancient enclosure dated from 410 to 1900 that would disappear beneath housing. There's a very alarmingly, extremely ancient site, potentially 10,000 years old, to be smothered beneath housing. It is Mesolithic. There's also post-medieval farmhouse that would go underneath the housing. Blacksmith's workshop would potentially be underneath. I've got maps as well. Skimming the side of the ancient woods are Roman extraction pits likely to form part of a much wider Roman settlement. And it's worth noting here that the author of the famous archaeological study of Stopsley said that Luton Borough Council built Butterfield Green on top of the largest Roman house ever discovered in Europe. They actually went ahead and they built Butterfield Green on top of the largest Roman house ever discovered in Europe. How did that even happen? We definitely don't want the same thing happening again. We've got Neolithic, later Bronze Age worked flints at Tea Green. That would disappear. I've given you maps, and obviously I would have preferred to have been over to show you pictures because it would have been better than just describing it. We've got Neolithic, later Bronze Age worked flints that would go under. Iron Age, Roman enclosures.
You have 1 minute left.
So many. So not listed in the environment record, but shown in Brickkiln Archaeological Study of 2008. There are some LiDAR images. That's where they get ground penetrating radar from above and they scan the landscape. And we found that there are barrows, and that's in the archaeological studies that I provided you with a copy of. And that's in the corner that is problematic, not only because it's also under the secondary school, but the primary school, the pink area, but it's also overlapping onto the DCO, which is what I'm going to discuss next. So all in all, you really do need to look at this more carefully, and you can't wait until it goes through to planning application because it's going to be too late, and they need to look at it at master plan stage. Okay, so that's the first one.
Thank you, Mrs. Cottier. Can I ask you to present your second? Oh, any points of clarification from members? Councillor Bryant.
Thank you. Thank you. You certainly have lots of archaeology in the area, as was shown by the archaeological assessment of 2008 done by Cotswolds. The sites are on the Heritage Gateway, as you said. We know what is there. There may be a need for that to be updated, but that comes, I think, at a later part in this in the process, where I'm getting to the question. Thank you. I've forgotten what it is now. Thank you. I'll get my thoughts back. Would you agree that, in fact, what you're looking for is some additional assessment to add on to bring up to date what is known already?
Yes, partly. We've got some archaeological sites in the Brickkiln study that you've just mentioned that are not in the historic record, so they need added in, yes. But the problem, if you look at the map of the Brickkiln study, it doesn't cover all of the east of Luton housing site. It only covers about half of it. So the remaining field that was originally the Crown Estate, the smaller field, which was the 660 houses out of the 2,500, that's not actually been looked at. So that would also need excavating. They didn't do trenches over that side of the field, only the Blur side, because it was half of it was Blur and half of it was Crown Estates. So the Crown Estates, this study was done by Blur for the Blur side, but Crown hasn't done one. And it needs to be done at master plan stage, because in case law, they found that in November 2019, the High Court considered a challenge to grant planning permission. And then the council lost because it was found that the council hadn't considered the historic environment record. And so the planning decision was quashed. And that was, if anybody wants to look it up, I've given the details. It was the Haworth Fire Station in Haworth, Bradford, West Yorkshire case. And I've put that in the things that I've given you. So you can look at that. It's the last 3 pages.
So I think Councillor Munster has a point of clarification.
It's not necessarily a point of clarification, more a point of order, Madam Chair. You mentioned that Ms. Cottier is going to present on a second matter. I think for openness, transparency and clarity, would you be able to provide us with information, because it is highly unusual for a member of the public to address council twice?
Yes, please.
There is actually provision within the Constitution that allows for up to 2 presentations to be made, and it may be something we will need to address next week, I'm going to suggest.
Thank you. Can I invite Ms. Cottier to provide a second 5-minute presentation to members, please?
My things up. Hold on. Internal storage. Yeah, okay. Right. Okay. When are we starting the clock? Okay. So my next one is about the Luton Airport Enterprise Zone and the existing planning permissions that were granted by Luton Borough Council several years ago, and how they overlap onto your housing site. Okay. And I've given again the maps to everybody. So if you're looking at the image, you will see where it's Wandon End, it's like a triangular shape. The housing site overlaps into the airport DCO boundary that is currently being examined by the Secretary of State, and the decision hasn't been reached yet, and it's an open examination, and they've postponed the decision date twice already, and the pending date is, I think, 23rd of April at least. So basically NHDC's phase 1B, Luton's phase B, the immediate start upon the airport DCO, is where you have got a primary school and housing and an access road and a roundabout. So you obviously can't have an airport DCO, an airport expansion and pre-existing planning permission for that and a primary school. There seems to be no coordination, and it's also where the LiDAR images were found as well. So that's sort of a bit of a complex area. I've provided pictures of the airport's DCO order limits, and you can see on the maps that I've given you, the red lines indicate where the boundaries are, and you can see it overlaps into the master plan site. This is a gross oversight. It's supposed to be if it's a strategic plan, you have to take into account what might already be existing there or what might be an undecided matter. What will happen is you will either get the decision on the 23rd of April that the DCO is permitted to go ahead, and if that's the case, how is this master plan going to be valid anymore if this primary school is within the DCO airport boundaries? It won't be. So the Wigmore Valley Park, which is next door, also has an airport enterprise zone planning permission, which is not dependent on the outcome of the DCO. And that was granted to Luton Borough Council and exists today. And this area in question is part of that existing planning permission. And it exists. They've already granted themselves permission to put, I think it's a pipeline and an energy centre, and they've put it under the name of Rochdale envelope, which is a term they use when they're not quite sure of the details of what's going inside, but it's generally relating to energy, and it's definitely there in the plan. And the DCO has spent, the inspector at the DCO has spent a great deal of time trying to get them to provide the boundaries of the Rochdale envelope. And this is coming under the preparatory works, and it would be relevant as early as phase 2. Sorry, phase 1, not phase 2, phase 1. So right from the get-go, basically. So I've given all of the extracts from the planning document, and if we go on to page 19, Green Horizons Park, I've highlighted in green. It's for Green Horizons Park is the existing planning permission that is not dependent on the outcome of the DCO, which is a mixed-use business park to the east of the airport, which includes construction of a new access road, and it's given the LBC planning reference number is 17/02/300 EIA, and it was previously called New Century Park Airport Enterprise Zone.
You have
So
40 seconds left.
yeah. So you need to look into that. And my question would be, where is your strategic planning? You have to reject this master plan because it's put a primary school where something already is planned to be built. So how? So basically reject it. It's not had due diligence done. I've put some flooding pictures in at the end just as a grand finale, which you can see for yourselves.
Thank you, Ms. Cottier. Are there any points of clarification? No. Could I ask you to move to the back, please? Thank you. Thank you. Can I invite Sunny Sahadevine to provide a 5-minute presentation to members?
Good evening, members, everyone. My name is Sunny Sahadevine. I am currently the Interim Service Director for Sustainable Development at Luton Borough Council. I'm primarily here to answer any questions. But since I've been invited to speak, I can just say a few words. I think it's important for members to recognise that, and I'm speaking officially on behalf of Luton Borough Council, that we support your office's assessment of the master plan. We think it's going to be mutually beneficial to North Herts District Council as well as Luton Borough Council. We don't see it as just beneficial for Luton Borough Council. It's a well thought out plan. The applicants have included us in their discussions and evolution of this plan, and so we welcome the assessment that's in your report pack. In terms of Luton's housing position, you've heard a few speakers this evening, but the official position is that Luton doesn't have a 5-year land supply. In fact, when your local plan was adopted in 2022, Luton actually had a more favourable 5-year land supply than we do now. We were able to meet the 5-year land supply at that time, but it was the wrong type of housing that Luton needed. That's why when the inspector agreed to approve your plan and consider it sound, it was on the basis that some of the land would be available to meet Luton's unmet housing needs. Now, since your plan was adopted, we have been assessing our own housing need and bringing that up to date. And we have established in October last year that our positions got worse. We have a 3.36 year housing land supply. We know that the MPPF was amended in December, and we haven't officially set out what our latest position is, but we don't think it will change all that much. Members may have had internal advice from your own officers around what it could be. And also just to point out that we have been working very closely with the ministry since about spring. So they've been looking at exactly what we're doing in terms of our out-of-date local plan and how we're progressing our new local plan, which is at regulation 18 stage. So it's out to consultation. And they've also been looking at our housing land supply. Yes, there's been a change in government in the summer, we know that, but the situation hasn't changed. And if the ministry were concerned about what we're doing in terms of progressing the local plan, or if we have been misinforming the public about our housing needs, we would have known about it by now, as well as you. So, and that hasn't been the case. So
You have 50 seconds left.
I'm not sure I've got anything else to say, but I'm very happy to answer any questions members might have.
Thank you very much. Ralph Munser would like to ask a question, clarification.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I think Luton Borough Council have a number of questions of which they need to answer from members both here in North Hertfordshire and members of the public of North Hertfordshire as well. You mentioned Luton's housing need, and I just want to delve into that in a little bit more depth. So what type of homes, bedrooms-wise, does Luton so desperately need, in your opinion, sir?
Thank you for that question. So the assessment is a technical assessment that we have to undertake, and the assessment is around housing need in the borough and housing supply, housing land supply. What is needed in Luton historically and currently is family units. We have an oversupply, or previously had an oversupply of one-bed units and studio units, but that was largely down to the Class O prior approvals, which Luton faced quite a lot of when it was first introduced, and that allowed a vast number of one-bed smaller units to flood the market, which didn't quite meet our housing need. And that was a situation when you had your local plan at examination. And that's why the inspector considered that there was an unmet housing need for us in Luton. And along with our neighbours on the other side, Central Beds and yourselves, it was felt that you could contribute towards meeting some of that housing need.
This is for councillors to ask questions. Councillor Barnard, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, sir, and thank you for coming along. Just a little bit of a query that I have here, and you may be able to help me out here. Could you explain how you state that 1,950 houses built on North Hertfordshire's prime agricultural land and green space, enveloping our historic villages for the exclusive use of Luton residents, is to the benefit of North Herts?
Okay. In terms of your allocated site, which was adopted in 2022. I wasn't here when the examination took place, but a lot of the questions that you asked would have been examined through that process. And the inspector who held that your local plan was sound would have taken that into account when your local plan progressed through to adoption. So I couldn't precisely give you the details around that, but what I can say, it's this site is an allocated site in your current adopted local plan.
Thank you. Councillor Ruth Brown. No, I'm going to do it on the order that's on here.
Thank you. The previous speaker asserted that the Luton Airport Enterprise Zone's existing planning permissions and boundary conflicts with the East of Luton Master Plan. Can you comment on that, please?
I wasn't aware that that would come up as a question, so I don't. I haven't prepared for that, but I'm sure that when the master plan was being considered by your officers, that was something they would have taken into account.
Councillor John Claydon.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for mentioning, you were talking about the requirement in terms of housing, and you mentioned that more family units are needed. Could you just clarify with regard to the requirement for affordable housing in particular? We heard from one of the public speakers that perhaps not a lot of affordable housing has been built in the area recently. Could you comment on that and the requirement for affordable housing in and around Luton?
Yes, I think Luton's situation is probably no different from the rest of the country in terms of there is a national shortage of affordable housing. We will recognise that, and Luton has struggled along with everyone else in securing sufficient affordable housing through new development. We have secured some affordable housing, but obviously not enough. Now, in terms of your assessment, that's for the developers and your officers to work together to secure the right level of affordable housing that your policies require. We would, of course, support as much affordable housing as can be delivered through this development, but I would suggest that this is going to be part of the assessment when the planning application comes forward, and maybe not when the master plan is being considered.
Thank you. Joe Graziana.
Hello, good evening. Thank you, sir. I'm a bit confused, so I'd like to seek some further clarity from the gentleman representing Luton, who's confirmed tonight that Luton does have an unmet need, but has no data to confirm this. So that's where the confusion is arising, because members received information from a local parish under the Freedom Information Act that Luton Borough Council doesn't need the homes because of the sums. So I'm confused. Is the gentleman able to give some context to the figures or the sums, please? Thank you.
So I'm unaware of how the calculation has been done. All I can comment on is the official position from Luton Borough Council, which is published on our website, and which shows that we have a 5-year land supply issue. Luton Borough Council doesn't have enough land to supply our housing need at this moment in time, and that's our official position.
This is for councillors to ask questions. Councillor Ralph Munster.
Thank you. Sir, you say that there is an oversupply in Luton of 1- and 2-bedroom dwellings, and yet 51.4% of the dwellings of which are proposed under this scheme are 1 to 2 bed dwellings. Therefore, one might suggest that they are not, in fact, necessary. But can I just ask 2 questions of you? And the first is, of course, we had the announcement recently that Vauxhall is going to vacate their premises on the Kimpton Road. It is quite a substantial site. And therefore, what work has Luton Borough Council done with respect to identifying how many potential homes could be built on that site? And the second question is, why are we only seeing a representative of Luton Borough Council now? Where have you been through the rest of the process? Where have you been in answering questions from members of this authority and members of the public in Cockenhoe and the surrounding area?
Can I just say that this is about the master plan? This isn't about, you know.
I would submit that the questions which I've posed are relevant to the master plan, Chair.
51%.
And I would appreciate an answer.
Thank you for the question. If I can remember the order the questions came in. In terms of Vauxhall, you're correct. There is a question mark over its future. But as far as the present day is concerned, none of this is finalised. In terms of moving forward, as I mentioned earlier, we are at the early stages of progressing our new local plan, which is at regulation 18 stage and is out to consultation. And we'd welcome comments from our neighbours as well on our new local plan. I'm sure future of that site and future delivery of housing throughout Luton will be part of our consideration of developing that new local plan. But that local plan, in terms of our LDS, is still some years away. We're expecting 2029 for its adoption. So we have to deal with the current situation before that. In terms of our participation in answering your questions, whilst we haven't been invited to appear before members, we have been involved in responding to your MP's letters, and different groups, pressure groups, residents group, and the parish council have written to us at various stages, and we have provided them with formal responses as and when we've received them.
Councillor Barnard.
Thank you, Chair. With respect, sir, you haven't answered the question that I posed to you, is what benefit will North Herts receive from this development of 1,950 houses for the alleged unmet housing need in Luton? And with regard to the inspector's comments on the local plan, can you recall that he expressed very serious reservations concerning the east of Luton site?
Okay, in terms of benefits to North Herts, I'm sure that was discussed and debated at the time of examination. In terms of the inspector's reservations, the inspector did find the plan sound with the site allocated for housing. Of course, that does depend on our situation as well, and our situation now, as opposed to when your local plan was under examination, is worse in terms of housing delivery than it was then. So that would seem to indicate the inspector's questions at the time have probably justified the allocation of this strategic site in your local plan even more now than it did back then.
Thank you. Could I, oh, sorry, Martin Prescott wants to ask a question.
Thank you. In view of the fact that North Herts is being asked to assist Luton with its alleged unmet need, as we have an unmet need coming up shortly, can we ask that Luton would give us a commitment to assist us with that?
This is a strategic allocation in your adopted local plan. We don't live in a world where your postcode means you're the only ones allowed to buy a new home in this allocated site. So the new homes that will be provided.
Can I just hold you a minute? There seems to be conversations going on at the back. Can we please ask for quiet during this council meeting from the public? Sorry.
So this development will include a large amount of market housing, which will be open for your own residents to acquire. But the affordable housing, we would hope, would help to meet Luton's unmet housing needs. But planning legislation is such, it doesn't ring fence market housing for a particular geography. So since you have your own housing need, I would suggest that that puts even more importance on this site coming forward for additional housing.
Thank you very much. There are no more points of clarification. Thank you very much for your time this evening. Can I invite Jonathan Dixon, Silva Lazzarini, and David Joseph and Thomas Parfitt to come to the front so they can deliver their 5-minute presentation. Thank you. Can I invite Mr. Dixon to start the presentation?
Thank you. Good evening, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. We're not going to give you a presentation as such, and your officers are going to do that later in relation to the strategic master plan, their recommendation on that. Instead, similarly to the previous speaker, we're here to enable you to ask us questions regarding the strategic master plan. And given that, I'd just like to introduce all 4 of us here today. My name is Jonathan Dixon. I'm Director of Planning at Savills, principally advising the Crown Estate, but also advising Bloor Homes in relation to the strategic master plan. I'm just going to run through the 3 of us. Sylvia.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Silvia Lazzarini. I'm the Director of Planning in the Strategic Land team at the Crown Estate, and I'm also the project lead for the development at the east of Luton.
And David.
Yeah, good evening. My name's David Joseph. I'm Senior Planning Director at Bloor Homes Limited.
Good evening. I'm Thomas Parfitt. I'm an Account Director at Camargue, and we support on community engagement and communications.
And together we represent the landowners and the promoters of the site. There is a third landowning party who Bloor have been liaising with during the preparation of the strategic master plan, and they've been involved as necessary. Pursuant to policy SP19, we have worked with officers from the council, the county council, Luton Borough Council, as you just heard, various other stakeholders, schools, the parish council in particular, and local residents to develop this strategic master plan. A full statement of community engagement detailing over 3 years of discussion has been submitted alongside the strategic master plan. We fully appreciate and understand that some residents and the parish council retain objections to the development in principle, as you will have noted. But we have agreed to differ on that point and to collaborate in relation to the preparation of the strategic master plan. We would like to acknowledge the many hours of constructive input to the strategic master plan by all these parties and the hard work that has gone into fostering a greater understanding of the site, its context and the proposals. Subject to the approval of the strategic master plan, we're looking forward to continuing to work with the community and to all those stakeholders and to keeping those conversations going as we get more into the detail of the proposal through the planning application processes. That's all I have to say by way of presentation, so we're open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or for clarification? Councillor Ruth Brown.
I hope I'm asking the right person, but I'd like to ask again about the Luton Airport Enterprise Zone existing planning permissions and whether that boundary conflicts with the East of Luton Master Plan.
Thank you. I'm going to do a job of trying to chair myself and my colleagues here tonight. So, David, if you could answer that one, please.
Yes, hopefully I can deal with that. I remember Caroline Cottier making the same point to the local plan inquiry on the same lines. Two components, I think, to the point she made, permissions in relation to the allocation and the ongoing DCO position. As a matter of fact, none of those permissions trespass on the allocation or the land will be subject to the revisions to the application. On the DCO, the plans that the DCO include are confusing. They have red lines around field parcels, and sometimes it's difficult to work out what's within and without the DCO areas. The DCO areas that trespass on the allocation involve minor mitigation in terms of additional planting to hedges and the like. We have an agreed position with Luton Rising in terms of our DCO position that should they want to come on the land and carry out that as headworks before we start, that can be done. Conversely, if we start first, we'll do it on their behalf. There's a letter to that effect on the DCO website dated 26th of November last year from our lawyers, which confirms that position, which allowed us to withdraw our objections to the DCO order. Does that help?
Councillor Paul Ward.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. One of the public speakers initially, I think, from the parish council was concerned around the expansion of the boundary of the site beyond the allocation that's shown in our local plan and potentially therefore encroachment on the green belt. Can you please confirm if that's the case? If so, what is the use of that land, and do you think it justifies exceptional use if it's green belt?
Looks like me again, so I'm on red now. Yes, I think that is the proposed formal sports pitches, which are shown to the, I'll get my compass bearings wrong, the northern side of the allocation. Again, as a matter of fact, it's outside the allocation, but it's not a proposal that's incompatible with greenbelt uses. We looked at where the best place for those playing fields were as part of the master plan exercise. And for a number of reasons, it's relatively flat. It relates well to existing facilities controlled by Luton, albeit in North Hertfordshire. Sport England, as a consultee, felt it did a good job in terms of delivering the right sporting outcome. And that's where they are. So yes, it is outside the allocation. It's not inappropriate in greenbelt terms, which is para 154B of the MPPF. And I think when the officers get on to explaining why it fell out of that whole last 3 years discussion on where we want to put things, the inspector at the local planning inquiry is aware of that, was part of the proposals at the time, and didn't raise a point against that. Again, does that help? If not, I'll try and expand.
Councillor Ralph Munster.
Thank you, Chair. May I touch upon infrastructure and specifically highways infrastructure? Because, you know, we talk an awful lot about active travel. That certainly is going to be a generational shift if, in fact, it happens at all? And could I therefore just ask, with reference to your modelling, now obviously this site has one main point of access and it has, I think, one or two country lanes which you yourselves would deem is unsuitable for access to the site. But based on the current modelling, have you then factored in the potential implications of the Luton Airport expansion and the impact that that would have on the highways network? Because certainly something of which is coming through the public inquiry is our concerns surrounding the eastern access to Luton Airport. And I would probably submit to you that that would have quite a significant impact on the roads of which you are proposing to build in and around.
Sorry, best of three, I think. Yes, the modelling does include the cumulative impact from existing commitments, including the proposals in Luton and the Luton local plan. Again, just for clarity, the site has two principal accesses rather than perhaps the one you suggested, and relies on Chalk Hill as a third minor access going the other way. In terms of our modelling, it's shown that the gravity of the demand is going towards Luton, with most of the traffic going that way.
Councillor Dominic Griffiths.
Thank you, Chair. Just to pick up on that point about Chalk Hill, just so that I'm clear in my own mind and for everyone, Chalk Hill is going to be the site of a new school. I've driven down Chalk Hill many times, and that is a single road for cars to go down. There are very few passing points. Is the road going to be enlarged so that people are coming to and from Luton and the surrounding villages to travel to the school?
Just in terms of the nature of the school, it's expected that the four forms of entry, which we'll be looking to deliver through our Section 106, is to deal with the pupils that arise from the East of Luton allocation. So there's a degree of self-containment in relation to that. There is, sorry, I've lost my line of sight. There are some improvements to Chalk Lane. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the submitted application. Those include some widening of passing places, drainage improvements and the like. But given my previous answer to the traffic modelling, my advice is, and obviously this will be tested by highways authorities and others at the time of the application, is that those mitigation measures allow a safe and suitable access using Chalk Hill Lane, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Matt Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you. We heard earlier on that one of the speakers said that the historic environment record hadn't been consulted for part of the site. Are you able to speak on that for a few moments, please?
Yes, thank you. Relieving David from answering the first four questions. We have the benefit here of this strategic master plan having been prepared following the work that was undertaken on the original application submission some years beforehand, and the work that we've been doing in continuing to maintain that. If you want to have a look at it, the heritage, cultural heritage and archaeology is covered on page 42, page 43 of the strategic master plan. It's been covered to the same extent as all other matters that are being considered in the strategic master plan. And to give you a summary, the entire site has over the years been subject to all of the desktop analysis that's been required, geophysical investigation, that's the radar scanning where people tow sledges across the site, human walkover to detect surface remains, and trial trenching of a representative percentage to ensure that we've investigated what's under the surface as well. In summary, there's no evidence of the presence of any remains that would preclude development. That's the first test in archaeology. Any impacts that there would be mitigated to acceptable levels. Additional trial trenching is likely to be required to monitor the development as it progresses. And the way archaeology works, the results of all of that will contribute to the archaeological understanding of the area. So in terms of archaeology, you normally come across three types: one that prevents development, two that shapes the development, and three that is just informing an archaeological understanding of the area. And in this case, we're looking at the third of those. And that's what all the work that we've undertaken on the applications, and which has informed the strategic master plan, tells us.
Councillor Joe Graziano.
Thank you, Chair. The master plan suggests that the plan is focused on people walking and cycling. The 2,100 homes would suggest additional pressure on using cars on single track lanes, as previously already spoken about. I don't see how the master plan is addressing these concerns. There's two arterial routes into the site, and at best they are single track lanes with passing bays formed of mud. I'm concerned about that. The only local bus service is number 17 and 88. They are a rural bus service operating every 2 hours, Monday to Saturday, hardly interconnectable as the strategy suggests. Could you respond to these concerns?
Yes, thank you. So it's important to understand that on one edge of the development, you are on the existing urban edge of Luton. As the development progresses, you will then be progressing into North Hertfordshire. The roads that you've referred to, you mentioned 2 lanes. We have the roads into North Hertfordshire, but we also have the existing arterial roads, as you might want to call them, coming out of Luton. So Crawley Green Lane and Darley Road. They changed names at various points along them. Those are the 2 primary points of access, and the traffic modelling has been undertaken and revisited at various points over the last 10 years or so, and has been undertaken again and revisited post-COVID to make sure that we're using up-to-date information. All of that information has considered the traffic impact from the proposed development, and in terms of then looking at what's now termed active travel modes of movement, which is pedestrian, cycle, and then you've got public transport as well. In terms of pedestrian and cycle, we will be looking, as the strategic master plan says, and the strategic master plan asks us to do, at maximising those modes within the development itself. Luton itself is not a town that is designed particularly to encourage pedestrian and cycle movement, so we will be undertaking improvements between the development and certain facilities and services already within the existing urban area. We are also proposing, which the strategic master plan references, a new bus service connecting the town centre, the railway station, the airport, certain other key locations, and then circulating within the proposed development itself, such that everybody would be within 400 metres of the bus route. Further details of that will be worked up through the outline application process.
Thank you. Councillor Ralph Munson.
Thank you. We've talked just there about buses. We've talked previously about schools. I want to now focus on GP surgeries and GP service provision, because something of which this master plan seemingly prides itself on, and I'm sure if these homes are built, it will be used in the brochures, is that it is a fully integrated part of North Herts. It's not part of Luton, but it's a fully integrated part of North Hertfordshire. And therefore, can I ask, what discussions have you had with the NHS here in North Hertfordshire, the Hertfordshire and West Essex ICB, about GP surgery provision? And if there is not provision from the NHS to commission a GP surgery on this very site, then where are those people going to go? Are they going to go to Luton? Because then it might not be fully integrated into North Herts.
Let's take this again.
Yes. We've been, just a preamble to this, trying to deliver GP surgeries in this country is difficult as a developer. We've been working with all the relevant bodies, including your current MP and the previous MP, to get a firm commitment for the provision of services here. We can enable, we can provide buildings, we can provide space for it, and we're working jointly with them to do that. We have recent experience in Central Bedfordshire, delivering a GP surgery for Central Bedfordshire in terms of physical outcome, and the council there are taking that on as an investment to put GPs into. Lots of models, but I think it's fair to say, and so we'll probably hopefully repeat on this, very keen to deliver it, but it is tricky. But you can take it from me that we will seek to deliver GP facilities on the site as soon as we can.
Thank you. Councillor Matt Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to come to the building height discrepancy in the master plan between page 96 and page 97. It says on page 96 2 and 2.5 story development predominantly, but the maps quite clearly show large areas of 3-story development. We're obviously being asked to approve the master plan on the basis that it becomes a consideration in the planning application, but I'm not sure what we're agreeing to in terms of building heights.
Is this working? Yes, excellent. Thank you. It's a very good question. It's a very good point. It is a particular point within the strategic master plan that we've had a lot of discussion over. You'll note that the strategic master plan itself is about 100 pages just over now, but it's got a long appendix to it. That one draft of the strategic master plan had a lot more design related guidance in it. It was over 300 pages at one point. We've cut that out and put it in an appendix. Building height is a difficult matter, because do you measure from the ground on one side of a slope, or do you count in stories? But fundamentally, the plan in the strategic master plan is a maxima. So it's a maximum. There will be, as part of the outline planning application, parameter plans that will define the building heights within certain areas far more accurately. And what the strategic master plan didn't want to do was to rule out innovative urban design solutions where you might have a building on a particular corner that wanted to go up to a certain height. So the plan in the strategic master plan should be viewed very much as maximums, and then that is something that is being worked on very closely with your planning development management officers that will be considering the revisions to the planning applications, to ensure that that is then refined and shown in a lot more detail on the application drawings. It is not the intent to have large swathes of 3-story buildings across the site. So that's a discussion that is ongoing in terms of the planning application.
Thank you. Councillor Ruth Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask about the calculation of number of people that you expect to live on this site. Initially, it was supposed to be more different, a wide range of housing mix, but I understand that it's now predominantly 3 and 4, and that you're calculating that 5,040 people will live in 2,100 homes. And one of the speakers asserted that it could be a lot more than that. Can you tell us on what you base your average of 2.4 people per home?
Yes, I can. When I started doing this job about 25 years ago, it was about 2.5 people per home, and the average occupancy of people in the homes in the country has got gradually less as it's gone down. We've used 2.4 as a nominal figure for the strategic master plan. Your figure that North Herts planning policy uses is 2.3, so it's less. The figure that Luton use in a lot of their planning policies is 2.8. At 2.3 people per dwelling, there would be 27 and a bit hectares of public open space required on this site. The strategic master plan provides for over 56. So you would have to get very close to that 10,000 people, which is not going to happen, in order to run out of public open space on the site. In short, it provides for about twice as much as your planning policies require.
Thank you. Councillor David Barnard.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to go back to the subject of Chalk Hill and Stony Lane, which are the only 2 little lanes, which in in effect are just very narrow ex-farm tracks that have been tarmacked over, with very few passing spaces, and because the fields are that much higher than the lanes, the runoff from the fields causes much flooding. And this flooding, there is no way of actually avoiding it. I spent an awful lot of money on having culverts put in, etc., etc., etc. That's full. They fill up very quickly and it floods. So, can you confirm that you have formulated plans to improve these lanes in conjunction with Hertfordshire Highways? I asked this question because I asked the same question of my executive member for transport and officers at Hertfordshire County Council, and they confirmed that no discussions have been undertaken. Can you comment on that, please?
I don't know who you've spoken to, Councillor Barnard.
Councillor Bibby, who is the executive member for transport, and his officers.
In terms of officers, obviously we've engaged with them. We've had consultation responses on those proposals for some time. So I'll pick that up with them if the information isn't getting through to the portfolio holder. We're conscious of the flooding that's coming off the fields onto those areas. My engineers tell me we can incorporate suitable mitigation in terms of additional flooding. Helpfully, either we or the Crown control land immediately adjoining the highway. So we have a slightly wider scope in terms of looking at overland flows and how we can manage them going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Joe Graziano.
Thank you, Chair. Just an additional question. Upon a further examining the master plan, it mentions that services are a stone's throw away from a large, can I name it, Asda shop, Low Choice because there's nothing else there, Wigmore Place shops, a railway station at Parkway, and including the Luton Shopping Centre, the Point. It does not, however, talk or address about how people are going to access local services such as the Tidy Tip. So do we go to Luton or do we take our rubbish to Harpenden? Again, will this be reviewed as part of this and in keeping with being carbon neutral, as the nearest tip is in Harpenden? Could you maybe answer that one, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. It's a point that came up fairly frequently during the discussions and during the public engagement sessions that we had with members of the public, because the members of the public that we had fell into two categories, those from within North Hertfordshire and then those from within Luton itself, and both of them had experienced this situation. It's a point that isn't particularly, this is going to sound like me dodging the question, and I'm not. It's a point that is not particularly relevant to the strategic master plan. It is a point we are very aware of and are having discussions with your officers and the relevant statutory parties in relation to the planning application, and it will be refined through that process.
Thank you. Sorry, Paul Ward. Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. This relates to the process that you've gone through. Clearly, you developed this as part of the master planning process we have laid out in the local plan, including consultation with various bodies, including the public consultations that you've done. Could you confirm as part of the feedback that you got from the public, what changed in your master plan from the draft to this version?
I'm going to leave my colleague Thomas Parfitt, who sat behind me and is from Camargue, the public engagement consultant, to give you a summary of that. I'm going to ask him not to go through the statement of community engagement in depth because it's a rather long one, which tells you something in itself. Thomas.
Yep, very happy to answer that. And point 7.8 in the conclusion of the SC will give more detail to that as well if you'd like further to my response. I'd say probably the primary change on the basis was both the principle of how the new development integrated both with Luton and with the local villages, and that was primarily because the original design for the scheme did not include what is now a multifunctional green corridor between Cockenham Mangrove Green and the new development. That came out of many fruitful hours of discussions with the parish council and very helpful proposals from them and quite detailed proposals and maps around how that could be achieved. I think we took that on board, and as you'll see in the SCE, the width of the green corridor now on the Crown Estate land is 45 metres of green space between the two. I'd say that's the primary change. However, there are many other smaller changes, including locations of roads, schools, etc., that we go into more detail on in the SE.
Thank you very much. That's concluded public participation for this item. And can I remind members that no further questions can now be asked of the public participants. I'm now going to take a 5-minute break.
Socialising the two, you can't have them move.
Oh.
You can't mix in with the public. You need.
Oh. Okay. No, I've been advised I can't allow a public a toilet break. So can I give bring the move the officers to the front of the room? Sorry.
Right. Could I just express, I think, the concerns that many colleagues have that we are at or reaching at the very least 9 o'clock. Now, usually during the course of council business, we do have a brief comfort break. Forgive me?
You've already had part of the public consultation and obviously the presentations. You'll then be mixing with the same public right in the middle of an item, which you have to determine it's a local strategic planning matter. So my advice is that you have to determine this matter rather than mixing between the public and members at this stage of your determination. So that is why I've said it's not appropriate for you to have a break. I'm sorry about that. I know this has been a long obviously presentation part, but it's very important that you keep to the procedural elements of that.
Are there not steps that can be taken to ensure that members of the public do not mix? Because I'm just conscious of the fact that I don't think this is conducive to good decision making.
I'm not really sure how that can be managed. Councillor Munzer?
I have a proposal. Why don't we clear the public gallery, make sure that all of the members of the public are in the room next door, seal it with officers, and allow... Forgive me, I'm just trying to be proactive and constructive here, and make sure there is no interaction. And if there is a member who does interact with a member of the public, then they are not eligible to vote. That's a practical solution to the issue of which is proposed.
Invite everybody to cross their legs for an extra half hour.
Is someone... Well,
Okay, can I ask members of the council to sit still while officers guide the public to room 2 so that members can go to the toilet? Okay, the public are now in room 2. So can I ask everybody to be back here at 9:05? So be as quick as possible. I'm going to go downstairs to the toilet.
Yeah, I was going to say, use all toilets. Down whichever directions goes.
Oh, is there an up? I'm calling this meeting to order now.
Get everyone back in, please.
We've got everybody. Have we got everybody? Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the public for being so patient. Can I invite Councillor Allen to present the item and referral 5A from Cabinet?
Thank you very much, Chair. This report seeks full council support to adopt the Strategic Master Plan framework for the land east of Luton as a material planning consideration. Land to the east of Luton is identified as sites EL1, EL2 and EL3 in the council's adopted local plan. It is allocated for the development of approximately 2,100 homes and the supporting infrastructure, including 2 primary schools, a secondary school and a local centre. Council officers and consultants have worked closely with the developers team to prepare the master plan. This included a number of workshops, design review, public consultation and 2 presentations to the council's project board. Key plans and extracts from the master plan document are included within the committee report to aid explanation. A summary document explaining the master plan has also been prepared by officers and is appended. Through the master plan process, a number of changes have been made which are outlined in the report and summary document. The report also provides an assessment of the scheme against the local plan policy required for the site. The master plan says how the scheme will address the expectations of the Sustainability SPD. A target level of at least silver is set for 7 of the 8 themes, with gold for healthy placemaking and an aim to achieve the gold standard in areas of the site on other matters. The East of Luton allocation has mainly been identified to meet housing needs which cannot be physically accommodated in neighbouring Luton. As set out in the officer report, a master plan is one stage of the planning and delivery of a site. Its purpose is to provide a high-level design framework against which any future schemes for the site can be considered, if and when they come forward. A request to approve the master plan sits in between the decision to allocate the site through the local plan, which has already happened, and the consideration and the determination of any planning applications which are yet to happen. This is to get an idea of what we want to happen. Councillors are not being asked to take any new decisions on the principle of development tonight, or to express any views on wider matters which may be considered in the future. All councillors were invited to an officer briefing held on the 14th of November 2024. I would now like to invite officers to give a presentation of key plans and information to inform the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Allen, for the introduction. Before I start, and while Committee team are bringing the slides up, perhaps a slightly unfamiliar face on my right for some of you. As was alluded to in the introduction, the Council's been supported by various consultants on this scheme, and in particular Highest Associates, who specialise particularly in advising councils on large schemes. And I'm joined tonight by Julian Pye, who's Associate Director. So a couple of words of introduction, and then we'll get on to that.
Yes, evening all. As Nigel said, I've been working with Nigel and the team over the last 3 years, I think, or thereabouts, on this particular project. Highest Associates, majority of our work is supporting councils of dealing with large-scale, complex proposals for development, residential-led schemes. We have a huge amount of knowledge and experience in dealing with projects similar to this at varying stages of the planning process on a national basis. Our aim is to add value, to support the council in terms of capacity and knowledge, but also to work collaboratively in helping the potential delivery of a higher quality place. So it's about the planning process as a whole. In this particular respect, as you've heard already, and I think we'll say a little bit more, it's kind of understanding the role of a strategic site-wide master plan and how that fits in the planning process as a whole, and how the approach here undertaken is accords with best practice, as we see on a number of other schemes up and down the country.
Thanks, Julian. First few slides that we're going to run through are kind of similar or the same as when we've previously looked at master plans, but clearly a little while since the last one of those, and in the interest of making sure that this item stands at its own 2 feet, we will just run through those again. As we've kind of said already, the master plan's been produced in collaboration with the landowner teams who you've heard from already, and from our perspective, that involves setting up a team that mirrors key disciplines in areas that we want to look at, so planning, transport, as well as ecology, landscape, and so on. And that's included support from relevant officers at Hertfordshire County Council, in particular on highways and education. The site to which this master plan relates, as you've heard to, is rooted in the council's adopted local plan, and there's a map of about half the district there. Oh, you've jumped a slide early. Back one. Thanks. In this instance, for those of you that aren't entirely familiar with the geography or where we are, we're at the very west of the district. So looking at the east of Luton, and the residential allocations are the brown areas that you can see on the left-hand side, and we'll come back to that in more detail. Next slide, please. Just wanted to quickly highlight the delivery target in the local plan. We've heard a certain amount about housing numbers. As I say, the officer view is very much that kind of wider issue of need or not in Luton is not for the master plan. The master plan is very much about the design framework. What I will just say quickly is, well, one, you can see from the graph where we are on delivery versus target, and that target shoots upwards quite dramatically from here on in. It's important to be clear that from a government monitoring perspective, the homes we are building for Luton count as part of the overall total for North Herts. So when we're looking at things like housing delivery test, 5-year land supply, that 1,950 homes are included on top of the homes we're building for our own purposes. Next slide, please. As we've heard, again, the master plan is a discrete step in a multi-stage process. I know we've run through this a couple of times at various briefings with members. So as Councillor Allen's introduced, preceded by the local plan allocation, which is establishing the principle of the allocation and considering the issues at the strategic level, and preceding the formal planning determinations, and beyond that, legal agreements, conditions, design coding, detailed reserve matters for kind of phases of the site that's brought forward. So the focus is very much on this stage and the design framework rather than issues or levels of detail that will be scrutinised elsewhere. Just to look at the site allocations in closer context from here on in, these slides are all lifted out of the summary document that's circulated as part of the agenda pack. I think two key points I'd ask members to bear in mind while considering this plan and the information that Julian will go through. Firstly, size of this scheme. As you'll be aware, we've considered several master plans through full council over the last 6 months or so. They've generally been 600 to 900 homes. We're looking at a site here for 2,100 homes over around 150 hectares. So 2.5 to 3.5 times the size of anything we've looked at already. And also, as outlined by the applicant team, the master plan also covers land in 3 different ownerships. So it is quite distinct to the schemes you've looked at previously. We've covered that in the officer report, but importantly, that's also informed the approach. So it is very much putting the emphasis on the strategic bit of strategic master plan, providing a framework for potentially multiple applications that will be brought forward by different landowners at different times. And so we've really focused on arrangement and distribution of infrastructure, social infrastructure in particular, and making sure there's a commonality of the design approach and the language. You can possibly just about see the difference or the gap between EL3 on the left-hand side of Luton Road and then the Blorland on the right. What you don't want is to come out of Luton, reach a junction, and on the left is one scheme and on the right is another, and they don't appear to talk to each other. So we've very much focused on that. And with that, I will hand to Julian, who will walk you through some of the key elements of the master plan itself.
Thank you, Nigel. Just to add to that point, I think when it might be set out in the report really, but there are 2 key landowners here. Blore Homes, I think, are around 66%, the eastern part site, and the Crown Estate around 25%, which is the west or the northwestern part of the site, with ATO Holdings who have around 9%. The points that Nigel made are important because it's kind of back to thinking about the purpose of a master plan of this kind, which is relatively high level. And I suppose when I got involved to help on this scheme, was very much focused on the previous planning applications which had been submitted, which I suppose in brief didn't necessarily talk to one another that strongly, and they hadn't taken a site-wide and a comprehensive view, which is required by your policies. And that was very much the starting point. So you've heard about more recent revisions and updates to the master plan. Based upon those earlier applications, which I think were submitted to support the examination, there's been a fair amount of change over that sort of 3-year period that I mentioned. Next slide, if I may. I think there's quite a comprehensive description in the officer report of the content of the master plan, certainly in response to policies SP9 and SP19. So I'm going to try and give a brief overview of some of those layers, if you like, those frameworks that contribute to the framework plan as a whole. Again, just making that point, the master plan, the purpose and the focus is upon establishing an appropriate spatial framework for the site, but something which essentially, if you like, pulls together those land ownerships and to think about the place as a whole, the principles of the place, the potential for the place, so that that's done in a holistic and comprehensive way. Because as Nigel has said, over a period of years, there may be other parties who are involved in the delivery of this site. So as a planning authority, the same as many other planning authorities, having a high-level document which kind of ties this place together, if you like, with a vision, with some key objectives, some design principles, and then some key parameters, is going to be very helpful as a material consideration in decision-making and lots of further thinking by your officers and others and all parties in how the details can respond to some of the principles. And I think that's an important point to make, that, in my experience over many years, planning and master planning is an iterative process. You haven't got to set it all down in detail in this document, but you've got to have a document which sets the right kind of principles and the right conditions, and you can revisit it because things change. So it's a starting point for the coordination of the scheme. As part of the process, in addition to all the things that you've heard so far, there has also been a bespoke design review panel, a design review consideration and challenge to the scheme about a year and a half ago. That panel was brought together by Highest Associates, but it included other national experts who were brought in, who know an awful lot more than I do about transport and movement, infrastructure delivery, design, landscape and other factors. And the purpose of that was to challenge essentially the applicant team to see where the master plan was heading at that point in time. Now that process and the holistic process over the 3 years has brought about, as I've said, many changes to where from the original position. Some of those are shown on the plan, and if I just quickly run through the spatial distribution, the arrangement of land uses, so and particularly where facilities might be. The starting point on this was it was pretty much all on the Blore site to the east and the southeast of the site. You can see here that at a very high level, there are now a two-form entry primary school on the Crown Estate land, and the western side, there's two-form entry primary school on Blore land, and the secondary school you'll see has been relatively central, albeit to the north, nearer to the landscape ridge, and appropriate buffering, if you like, in terms of getting the design of that building and that site right with playing fields, which is primarily set through the local plan process, at nearer the centre of the site, but also a local centre at number 5, a new neighbourhood centre. We've touched on the potential for GP facilities, but community uses, some local retail to meet the day-to-day needs of the residents of this development and also existing communities at the heart of the site, more centrally. And that is important in terms of thinking about the pattern of movement, however people choose to do so, but giving the opportunity for people to be able to walk to facilities that makes it easier for them to do so on a daily basis. It's not about trying to prescribe where people live their lives. It's about trying to get the right structure of development, which give you the conditions upon which to achieve a better place. Also worth noting at number 3, a more recent update, the potential for a public transport link into Crown Estate land from Hayling Drive, and that would link back through towards the local centre. The primacy of a kind of northeast, southwest movement in terms of that primary street with other secondary streets. Some principles within the master plan for what those streets might be, but back to my earlier point, that needs further thought and consideration through the planning process. It doesn't all have to be resolved and set within this framework plan. Next slide, if I may. In terms of then of thinking about that structure and layout, so the challenge through design review process, those changes that have been made, the importance again about that comprehensive approach, having a document which kind of ties this together regardless of who's bringing the sites forward. And this settlement structure, the plan here, does reflect the land ownerships and therefore the opportunities of those organisations you've heard from who can bring forward development, who can deliver new homes and the things that the planning authority requires, but also in respect of site characteristics and a response to that. Quite a lot of work done initially on vision, on character analysis of the existing villages, some of the unique green spaces that we have in those villages. How does it relate to the edge of Luton, the lowest part of the site? How can SUDS kind of deal and an open space deal with the topography? And you'll see on this plan that a response on Crown Estate land, which generally is more open, less contained, and primary sort of movement loop, the public transport loop, an open space with the school. And then what we find on Blore land, ATO Holdings land to the east is more containment, existing hedgerows, trees, there are public rights of way which cross the site which are going to be retained. So what the master plan is has been setting is the principles of how development might respond to that existing character, those existing assets, and how the place could be structured and organised. It's also worth bearing in mind that this is these are high-level framework plans. The colours on this plan don't show necessarily the extent of built form. That kind of comes next in terms of what those blocks might be, what's within those blocks of development, the kind of houses, the architecture, all of those details. There are some good principles in the master plan. You don't need to set the details at this stage. Luton interface, as I mentioned, at number 6, an urban parkland, and also it's the lowest point of the site. It's where the water's going to flow. So there is surface drainage and amenities within that space, but it will have public access. So it's a little bit of a linear park which runs and ties the site together. Next slide, please. It's also worth saying that we, working with others at the start, really focused upon a landscape-led approach. So rather than start with how much development can we fit on the site and let's draw lines on a plan, it was more about let's have a look at the existing landscape on the site and how can development respond to the existing landscape. So there's been some mention of the important woodlands which are retained, the important hedgerows, remnant trees. All of that is really important assets which can be a real asset as well to the future scheme and the future place. But it's about how development responds and sits within the landscape rather than the other way around, the landscape responding to how much development can we get on the site. And that's reflected in the master plan too. On this plan, again, high-level plan, nature, open space and ecology. You'll see a framework of a variety and a range of types of open space and green infrastructure, which is connected within the site, but also connects to existing woodlands and open spaces off the site. And that's really important from an ecological point of view, as I'm sure you'll be aware. But it's also important back to that point of working with the existing landscape and understanding how those connections can be retained and also enhanced. There is a consistent distribution of formal and informal open space, including play, allotments and community spaces across the site as well. And of course, potential for new planting, new habitats to enhance the setting and connectivity. I think the point on playing fields was made, but I think at 6 here, I think the point was made where it sits adjacent to existing facilities, Wandon Park. So there's that kind of idea of an enhanced area of playing field and sport. And I think the point made earlier as well is that playing fields and sports provision are considered to be a suitable use within the green belt. So it's that wider consideration of how best to organise the site, and then topography, other organisations such as Sport England in terms of how that could best be located. The important thing on this, of course, is that access to those facilities would be open to all residents and would be enabled through the site and through Crown Estate land. And next slide, please. In terms of movement, access and parking, we've heard already a little bit on this, I think, this evening. What the strategic master plan sets out is the idea of primary movement. Number 1 shows essentially what might be primary street revisions to the access, how that main access comes in from Luton Road, and how the access comes in also, I was going to say Stony Hill, but that road changes name at certain points. Apologies if that's the wrong point, but to the southeast of the site. So that gives that kind of clarity of that, how these sites start to come together on having 2 separate ideas for how that movement might be achieved. Multimodal access, of course, we're not pretending that vehicles won't be able to use the primary streets and secondary streets and other tertiary streets, which will come through the master planning and planning processes. But the organisation of the site, i.e. where the uses are, where the routes are, where the existing footpaths are, where future footpaths and cycleways are, is really important because it gives people the opportunity that might live on this site, if it's developed, to make those choices. And I think that's the important point. What we've seen over many years is where those choices aren't apparent, and you might find some of that in nearby, and particularly maybe even in the edge of Luton, where that was planned and designed at a different point in time. So the thinking's moved on, and that's what your officers and the team as a whole have been trying to achieve. It's not about being prescriptive, telling people that they can't do certain things, but it's about managing things that are more sustainable and giving you and the planning authority the opportunities to think about detailed designs based upon those principles. So you'll see again on this that where things are located, particularly the new local centre, the new neighbourhood centre, right at the heart of the scheme, adjacent to the primary access, adjacent to the primary street, but also the new primary street, which is north-south, and then provides access to the school as well. So not relying upon the existing Luton Road, the existing lane, but providing a new street within the development to enable that to happen. Also worth pointing out, in terms of the consideration of mapping, is the connectivity. And yes, you might say in an ideal world, we'd like it to be a little bit different, but there are at least 6 points of connectivity to Luton. You'll see, I think it's number 8 on the plan, if you can read it. And those connections are important too, because there are existing facilities that residents, future residents of this scheme, if it's developed, may also wish to access as well. We're not ignoring that. We're trying to make sure that the alignment of future footpaths and routes within the detailed designs accord with the principles set out in the master plan and enable those routes to be sensible and achievable and provided as part of those schemes. Next slide, please. This builds on a little bit. This one isn't necessarily an image from the master plan, but I think officers have provided this in terms of giving you an idea, whether you can read that in detail, but you know, the potential routes that people might take. So if people did choose to walk and cycle, and why not, if they have those facilities on site and it's pleasant and those streets are well designed and those footpaths are working through very high quality green infrastructure. You'll see, for example, primary school in Crown Estate side, on the western side, to home there might be, you'll see that route there, 10 minutes, 3-minute cycle ride. You'll see potentially on the western part of Crown Estate parcel to the west, from the edge of the site to the Asda store within Wigmore is around a 20-minute walk, so 6-minute cycle ride. So it's not that far away, and that might be the route that people take. But the important thing is about the facilities within the site and the potential for movement within the site. And that's also very much informed the thinking behind the framework plans and the arrangement of uses and routes that's set out within the master plan. Next slide, please. And then finally, acknowledging at this stage that there's much more work to do. There is a high-level indicative phasing plan included. I think the important thing that you'll see here, 1A and 1B essentially are providing the initial accesses into the site. You might say that 2A becomes the first significant phase of development on this plan. The important thing to consider there is it would include the first primary school. It would also include the local centre. So how best to start building a local community and providing facilities, not always easy, and it's quite challenging to do. And stating the obvious, to have facilities on site, you need people to use them. So timing is of paramount importance. But what's been proposed here is the potential for the master plan is saying you need to think about this. In terms of that first phase, it can't just be about housing. It has to be about other things which are set out within the master plan. But that, of course, this is high level. This requires further interrogation and consideration. And I would suggest to you that there's no point trying to agonise over it at this stage, but there's every opportunity to do so through the rest of the planning process and those layers that Nigel demonstrated to you. There's not a kind of a point at this stage or even through the outline planning applications where all of this has to be resolved. It's that layered approach. You've got strategic master plan, outline planning applications, adding further layers. You've then got potential design coding. You've then got detailed reserve matters applications. At each stage, you would expect to add levels of certainty as to how the things that are set out in the master plan could be achieved. And if, of course, going through that process, you can't achieve them, then you might have to come back to the master plan and seek further revisions and consideration. So I think my point back is to where I started. That collaborative approach needs to continue. It's a good start to that journey. And that needs to include all stakeholders, including the community and those representatives here tonight. And it's an iterative process, and things change and economic cycles change, and the planning authority should continue to be on the front foot. I think this framework plan enables you to do that, but there is further work required. And finally, in terms of delivery management and stewardship and so on, there's an acknowledgement in the master plan that further work needs to be done in terms of stewardship, a strategy for that going forward. So in terms of community facilities, land management, but importantly, continued involvement of existing community members if they should wish to do so, but also those that might live if this were to be developed in that new community. So the forming of a new community. There's plenty of good practice and advice out there, but it requires commitment. The master plan is acknowledging that that needs to be the case. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the executive member or officers? Can I remind members that questions should be relevant to the master plan and that this is not a planning application? Councillor Ruth Brown.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that very comprehensive introduction. I think I know the answer to this question, but I just want for absolute clarity on the movement, access and parking. Can we have that diagram up again? Can you point out, please, the principal vehicular accesses out of the site? I think the developer said there were 2. Is it the middle one with 8 and the bottom one on the southeast corner? Am I right in thinking that? Movement, access and parking, I think, yeah. Can you point them out?
Here. Here. Here and here.
Yes, I am right in thinking that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Tom Tyson.
Thank you. And again, thanks for that presentation, Julian. That was very interesting. I just wanted to ask a question that was raised by a member of the public earlier. And you were talking about the sort of higher level nature of this master plan, and you referred several times to SP9. One of the questions that came up previously was that in that specifically, the clause D2, which talked about master plan for strategic sites. Can you sort that out, please, Martin? One of the questions that came up.
You're on YouTube.
Yes, there was a query about the lack of detail, and the master plan, it suggests in SP9 should set out the, I'll quote, quantum scale type mix and distribution of housing, which apparently that isn't given in as much detail as some people would have wished. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I think it's back to some of the earlier points that Nigel made. I mean, firstly, I think as I've read your policy, there's consistency in terms of those requirements, SP9, and then you've got, if you like, quite a comprehensive list against each of your strategic sites of what should and could be included. I think the wording is where applicable. I think in terms of when you seek to apply that overall long list of things, in my experience, what I would say on that, given the nature of this site, given the scale of the site that Nigel said, the kind of 2,100 homes, and it's going to be delivered by various parties, you've heard about the land ownership, it's not particularly relevant to try and provide a detailed housing mix on these kind of framework plans at this stage. But what the master plan does do is set out some assumptions in terms of according with what's an appropriate housing mix, densities, an assumption and a working out of what that might mean in terms of delivering approximately 2,100 homes. So that exercise of considering development capacity has been undertaken and has been included with those appropriate assumptions in terms of the kind of development and how that might be, can that be achieved on site? And the answer to that at this high level is yes. The reason I say in terms of going into further detail in terms of density, form, and then typology, so looking at house types, I would want to see more information about, from a design and an urban design point of view, about the kind of arrangement of development blocks within those overall development areas. I'd want to know more about the planning of those and the hierarchy of streets and what that might mean for forms of development and what that might mean then in terms of a housing mix for each relevant phase of development rather than trying to achieve it all in one go. So I think what I've seen so far gives me confidence that that approximately 2,100 homes, in accordance with policy compliant housing mix, an assumption on form and height. You'll have your own view on that. You've heard some responses on that already, but I don't think that development between 2 and 3 stories is necessarily overly significant and of a particular height and impact on this site. But what needs to be considered then through the outline planning applications and the design process and master planning process is where are the appropriate locations for that. So I'd want to see a little bit more interrogation of how do the right kind of built form, the right house types, the right kind of typologies, how do they respond to the right kind of streets? Because that will inform where some of those buildings go. Also topography, also landscape and existing woodland. And I think that will inform you more through the planning applications and further coding about, therefore, is the housing mix still on track to meet what's been established in terms of housing need? So what I'm really saying to you is, I don't think because you haven't got all of that detail within this strategic master plan, it's necessarily a concern. I think you've got enough here to enable you to interrogate that important information further through the planning process.
Councillor Sean Nolan.
Thank you, Chair. Potentially might be one more for the officers present, but has any consideration been given to potentially relooking at the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan in terms of potentially increasing connectivity from the master plan site to North Herts? I know there's a lot in detail in here about the links to Luton, but particularly integrating the site within the district itself, potentially.
The easy answer is yes. You might be grateful for that from me, a brief answer. I think in terms of existing connectivity, public rights of way, where the scheme can link into those, then yes, all of that kind of mapping was undertaken. And the framework plan, as I pointed out briefly, in terms of existing connectivities, for example, to Luton, it also provides assurance of where Chiltern Way and other rights of way run through the site and where those potential connectivities can be considered, included and enhanced. It's a very, very important point.
Councillor John Claydon.
Thank you, Chair. We've obviously heard a bit of debate this evening about the housing demand in Luton. I think, Nigel, that you said at the beginning of this section that it wasn't relevant. So did I hear that correctly? Did I understand that correctly? And if it's not relevant, at what point does it become relevant?
Yes, you did, in terms of kind of that overall point about does the unmet need from Luton exist? As you say, we're kind of between 2 stages here. Obviously, the local plan went through that at great length, and the inspector concluded that the evidence suggests there was enough to allocate it. We appreciate it's a moving feast. There's always going to be new information. When you get to the application stage, the kind of your legal test is you determine the application in accordance with the plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. I don't want to tread on the toes of a future planning control committee or a future officer who will be making that recommendation as to what those material considerations might be. But there's an avenue there for that to be looked at to the level that the decision makers consider appropriate when they get there.
Councillor Ralph Munsell.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just touch upon schools? Because obviously this is going to be a school of which is going to be run by Hertfordshire County Council, and Hertfordshire taxpayers are going to be paying for it. But it is also situated within the Luton catchment area, and therefore will Hertfordshire taxpayers be subsidising children from Luton going to this school, or will there be a reciprocal arrangement whereby Luton will pay for those school places?
I think the easiest answer is the school is scaled. So the secondary school in particular, and the two forms of entry. So 4 forms of entry is what Hertfordshire County Council believe will be the demand from this site alone. And obviously you'll be aware that sort of catchments are complex things, but admission rules broadly speaking, based on distance, and clearly where the secondary school is, especially everyone in this development and in Cockenham and Mangrove Green as well, and Tea Green, will be closer to that school than any addresses within Luton. So sort of by geographical default, it will very much be a Hertfordshire first approach for the secondary school in particular. Yeah, the detailed mechanics of admission arrangements for the school are well beyond the master plan, and it'll be an academy or a free school, so they'll be their own authority rather than even Hertfordshire County Council setting those rules for them.
Okay, thank you very much for you answering that. Oh, Councillor Claire Strong.
Yeah, sorry, a bit late in with my question. I get that this is a master plan, and I get that this is at a very, very high level, but we've also heard that, it's such a large strategic site, it will be sort of built. So my question is, as all the little bits get built, I mean, this may be something that will be controlled by the planning application on terms of designs and the materials. So that it does look, though it is one sort of development that is throughout and themed, and it doesn't look like it's bits here, bits there that don't look similar, and they just look like they're, to use the words of the king, carbuncles or whatever they use stuck on. So there is, some sort of theming throughout it. And is that something that should be controlled within the master plan, or is that something from the planning application?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not sure controls through the master plan is particularly relevant, but what the master plan does, and what we've spent quite a long time doing, is talking to the applicant team and all key stakeholders about the opportunities for character, the analysis of the existing villages, looking at local materials, aspects of built form that might be appropriate in informing future detailed designs. So the master plan sets those principles, it sets the opportunities to do that. The details then should come through the planning process as it evolves, both through the outline applications. Such matters can be discussed further, can be included in further design material and conditioned accordingly. I would agree with you wholeheartedly that one of the purposes of this master planning exercise has been to, and is included, is to look at that character analysis, to identify clear character areas and the principles of those character areas, and start to look at what might be appropriate responses, both in terms of building forms, materials and quality. It's then incumbent upon the planning authority to continue its commitment to this project, working with the applicant team and others to make sure that you do control and manage those quality outcomes over if this site were to go forward over the coming years.
Thank you. That concludes the questions. Thank you very much. Okay, so the recommendation 2.1 is that the strategic master plan framework for the land east of Luton, local plan sites EL1, 2 and 3, attached to Appendix A, is approved and adopted as a material planning consideration for relevant planning decisions relating to the site. Can I have a proposer? Councillor Allen.
Happy to propose, Chair.
Thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Bryant.
Happy to second.
Thank you very much. Okay, we can now move on to the debate. What to do now? Councillor Stephen Patmore.
Thank you, Chair. I just need to make a declaration of interest as I'm a parish councillor for Offaly and Cockenham Parish. I've taken no part in the discussion on this matter at the parish council, as I wish to reserve my position until this council determines the matter. I have sought advice from the monitoring officer, and on the basis of what I have just stated, I may participate in the debate and the vote this evening.
I've got no one asking to speak. Oh, Councillor Barnard.
I'm sure you expected me. Well, we know that the master plan for the east of Luton is not an application to build houses. That may well come later on. But Luton Borough has been proven not to have a housing need. These sites are specifically reserved to serve this 1,950 houses out of 2,100. And that is part of the local plan. Accurate and researched evidence to back this up is readily available. Our beautiful green belt has been decimated unnecessarily. So tonight we debate an unnecessary subject. The proposed master plan is severely flawed in many ways. Primarily, the south to north spine access road leads directly towards Chalk Hill in North Herts. This, along with the only other highway access, Stoney Lane, is no more than a single track, narrow lane, historically a tarmacked over farm track with spasmodic tiny passing places. There are already rat runs into Luton, the airport and the train station. The fields are much higher than the lanes and therefore flooding cannot be prevented. I have over the years tried many ways of doing this, as Herts Highways, putting in culverts, putting in all sorts of amelioration, but it just doesn't work, as anybody who travels that lane will know, particularly on the corner where the north of the site exits. The new schools on site are in Hertfordshire, and traffic will be generated to access them through these tracks. I've questioned the executive member for transport at Hertfordshire CC, and despite what other people have said, as to why there has been no representations from the Hertfordshire County Council regarding the access lanes from North Herts into and from the site, the answer came, to my dismay, that Hertfordshire officers were not invited or included to attend meetings during the formulation of this master plan. This is totally unacceptable and puts the efficacy of this process in grave doubt of being inclusive and complete. There will be a very strong response to the planning applications by Hertfordshire officers should this proceed.
Point of order, Councillor Barnard is giving false information.
No, he's not. I can produce written evidence from the officer and the.
Excuse me, can I ask the officers to clarify that point?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as I said in the introduction, Hertfordshire County Council officers have been involved in the production of the master plan, including from the highways team, and they've advised on the proposals that are in front of you tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Barnard.
I'd much rather take the recollection of the county officers. Now account is given to the airport expansion plan, which will massively increase the traffic along.
That's unacceptable.
I'm sorry.
You're basically calling our officer a liar.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I said I would prefer to accept the information given to me by my officers as opposed to the officers that have just spoken. So, no, I'm not calling anybody a liar.
That's unacceptable. I'm going to curtail that that speech now. Are there anybody? Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? No. Are there any other members that wish to speak? Thank you very much. Laura Williams.
Yeah, it's easily possible to visit different housing developments that are recently built or are currently being built in Hertfordshire, you know, in our neighbouring district councils. And it's also fairly easy on visiting them to spot the ones that were built without a master plan. This has been quite, I'm a new councillor and it's been quite an interesting thing for me to learn and to observe. And I think we've heard quite a lot of comment about tonight is not planning permission. Tonight is a strategic overview that helps us to collaborate across partnerships, to set in place some guide rails about how we're going to have our future discussions. To vote against that doesn't mean we won't get the houses. That's going to happen because of the local plan. To decide to remove ourselves from the process by voting against the master plan leaves us open to any kind of development, and that is easily observed by taking a look at Hertfordshire developments. So I think we've got to be really careful about what voting for or against the master plan means there's not planning permission, there's a strategic overview.
Councillor Ruth Brown.
Thank you. So I'm aware that there's a vast amount of public feeling against development on these sites. I went to the public consultation, one of the engagement events at Cockenhome Memorial Hall, and I heard and engaged with local residents, and I understand their strength of feeling that there are 3 distinct small villages that are effectively going to be surrounded by this new development, and I empathise with your position. However, tonight we are not talking about an in-principle development. That was discussed. There was a 5.5-year examination of our local plan, which has now been adopted. These sites are allocated sites, and we can't change that. But what we can do, as Councillor Williams has just said, is make sure we get the best possible outcome. And the master plan is about a framework that will be a material planning consideration, and particularly to the point that there are 3 separate landowners. This could come forward in 3 separate phases. We want it to be coordinated. We've seen in the past what happens when you have adjacent sites that are not planned together through the master planning process. I've sat in strategic sites boards. I've heard lots of explanations. I've also heard from the public, and I think many of the public comments have been taken on board around the buffers and the landscaping. I think the sustainability standards that they're hoping to promote on this site are excellent, and I think whilst some of the there are some serious concerns about some of the issues, like some of the small lanes, I do think overall we are better off with this master plan than without it. So I shall be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Ralph Muncer.
Thank you, Chair. And could I first off by starting and thanking Offaly Parish Council for the work that they have done, the tireless work they have done to produce a very comprehensive bundle to ensure that we are well aware and well abreast of the issues that local residents and the parish council and other stakeholders have about this site. Now, I just want to frame this discussion and this debate, because at the elections last May, the people of North Hertfordshire put their trust in us to do right by them and to do right by this district. Our responsibility is the residents of North Hertfordshire, not the residents of any other borough or district. And we've heard an awful lot of information this evening, and yet questions, fundamental questions, still remain unanswered. I want to start off by touching upon the unmet need, because we all accept in this room that the site was included within our local plan that was adopted in November of 2022 to assist with Luton's unmet need, because evidently as an authority they have completely failed to do that. Now, they have somewhat earned themselves a reprieve, because since the adoption of that plan, since it went to the Planning Inspectorate, there has been an awful lot of change. Perhaps most importantly, the most important change of which has occurred is that Luton's housing target has been reduced by 22%. 22%. It's not an insubstantial amount. And we've been told here this evening by an officer of the authority in question that Luton Borough Council accepts it has an oversupply of 1 to 2 bedroom dwellings, and yet 50+ % of the dwellings of which are proposed under this master plan are 1 and 2 bedroom dwellings. That doesn't meet the housing need of Luton, I would submit, and it shows that the housing mix is fundamentally flawed. It doesn't take into account the closure of the Vauxhall plant and the potential for development on that site. It doesn't take into account the development from Central Bedfordshire Council of over 7,000 new and additional homes to meet Luton's unmet need, allegedly. And it all leads to the conclusion that there is in fact no unmet need, or at the very least, the housing mix is fundamentally flawed. I would submit to colleagues that a far more sensible way forward with respect to this application is to have further engagement with Luton Borough Council, to have further engagement with local stakeholders, to await the review of the North Hertfordshire local plan, and to await Luton Borough Council to be able to give us some far more accurate figures, because once development takes place on this land, it can no longer be reversed to high-grade agricultural land of which it is currently used for. And concerns have been raised about access. This is an isolated development. It looks to Luton despite being in North Hertfordshire and despite the spin of which has been put forward by the developers. And these significant concerns of which remain, particularly surrounding the eastern access and the connectivity to the rest of North Hertfordshire, and in particular, the access from the southern rural villages into this development. Chalk Hill is not a suitable road or route for the substantial amount of vehicles of which would be we would see on this as a result of the adoption of this master plan, as well as the potential for a Luton Airport expansion. The developer needs to go back to the drawing board, and it needs to provide a comprehensive primary route for the villages of Hitchin connecting up to the A505. That's what I would propose. And we've talked a lot about community infrastructure. We've spoken about schools, but we haven't necessarily talked about GP surgery provision. I'm afraid there is not a commitment from the developer or the NHS to provide a GP surgery on this site. That commitment should be ironclad, particularly if it is going to be an integral part of North Hertfordshire. So, colleagues, fundamental questions remain, and we owe it to the people of North Hertfordshire to ensure that those questions are answered before we adopt this master plan and before development goes ahead. Because to vote in support of this would be to do the residents of North Hertfordshire, not least those in Cockenhoe, a disservice whilst those fundamental questions remain, and I will be voting against.
Councillor Joe Graziano.
Hello, good evening. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the rhetoric that the master plan is a vision and it has a framework. I am also new councillor, some of my colleagues here, and the master plan predates me as a service to the council at North Herts Council. I do have quantitative concerns still about aspects of the framework, which is what we're discussing tonight, raised by people today and from the information dump presented to me tonight. The unmet need still is questionable. I'm none the wiser, and I have little confidence about the Luton spokesperson about being a 5-year term, and the information being available readily on the website is also questionable. I note on page 7 of the master plan, it states the proposals will significantly harm the Greenbelt, is a point that stays in my mind. On page 18, the structural planning to create a sense of place, integration into the surrounding landscape, reinforcing a long-term defensible Greenbelt boundary to the east and mitigate landscape impacts. The master plan does not consider anything else or remotely to the west. We've spoken about the airport. This isn't about the airport, but the master plan operates as in silo to the other major developments in the area: airport, Rat Running, Wandon End. On page 19, the existing highways network, which some residents have voiced concerns to me at surgeries and here tonight, they are single track lanes with mud passing bays. We already struggle with surface access and Rat Running. I don't know if it will cope with an additional 2,100 cars on the road. Our rural bus service is the only bus service, hardly an interconnectable and sustainable bus service, as we've been promised or alluded to. The master plan also talks about sensitive greening, integration. However, I'm not confident that it considers the issues to the south of the site. It works in silo, as I've said before, to the existing airport issues of increased traffic, obtrusive light glare onto the countryside, the surface access, the flooding, and the greenbelt destruction. And we are all overwhelmed about this in this area. I don't see how I could support this. I'm struggling with it, if I'm honest. Serious questions still need to be addressed. although some can be addressed at planning, but I need confidence in the totality of this proposal in order to vote for it.
Councillor Alistair Willoughby.
Thank you, Chair. I won't try to speak to everything that has been brought up across the other side of the chamber, but because I think quite a lot of that stuff has either been answered or will be answered in the upcoming, as and when it comes, planning application, in which colleagues on planning can then deal with those. But I will challenge this idea that this is just to provide homes for Luton's need, because it's not. There are a great deal, many people who come from North Herts who would like to remain living in North Herts, but have had to move to places like Biggleswade and Stotfold, etc. They have had to move out of the county. We don't live in a silo. It means that people can choose to live wherever they want. They can buy houses wherever they want, and they can live there. There are a great deal, many people who live in Hitchin, would like to remain living in Hitchin, but work in Luton, who might actually go, oh, do you know what, actually, I would quite like to live in this development, because then I can work in Luton, but I'm still in Hertfordshire, where I have family connections. We need homes everywhere. I don't, regardless of whether this does our housing need or someone else's, or people need homes, and we have to provide those in certain places. You know, whether you believe it's right or wrong, you must acknowledge that we need homes. And if these are the allocated sites that have been brought forward, and can I remind you, this allocated site was allocated not by a Labour or Labour and Lib Dem administration, but it was actually many years ago during the Conservative administration, and you didn't seem to have such an issue with it back then, your party. I'm not really sure that it's particularly genuine that you have this much of an issue with it now. Thank you.
Councillor Sadie Billing.
Hi. Look, colleagues, at the end of the day, this development is going to go to planning. The question before us tonight isn't about stopping it, it's about shaping it. What we're voting on right now is the opportunity to ensure that what gets built aligns with our vision and meets the needs of our community. If we vote against this tonight, developers will essentially have free rein. Without a clear master plan in place, we lose our ability to guide the process and to protect our community's interest. But if we support this, we create a framework that ensures the development is something we can stand behind, something that works for us and not just the developers. This vote is about protection, representation, and securing a future we can all be proud of. Let's not give up our voices or our influence, and I will be voting in favour.
Councillor Claire Strong.
Thank you, Councillor Billing. Just a quick fact check on the local plan preparation. At the time we were preparing the local plan, which was many, many years ago, councils had to ask neighbouring authorities as to whether or not they had an unmet need. And when this was done across all the authorities that neighbour North Herts, so we went to Cambridgeshire, the other Bedfordshires, Stevenage and everywhere, everybody else said they were fine, they didn't have an unmet need except for Luton. And at that time, Luton professed that they had an 18,000 unmet need in terms of dwellings. Hearing that, and then knowing that as part going into our local plan, there was going to be a 2,000 unmet need, I actually thought at the time, 2,000, it could have been so much worse. It could have been 5,000. But we knew that when the local plan went to examination, that examination by an inspector would challenge as well whether or not this unmet need had to be in the local plan. And the conclusions from the inspector, and we can read the report and everything else, and it was in our local plan that this site, the strategic site, is for that unmet need. And that is what will be tested at the planning application site. It's not for tonight. I'm sorry, colleagues, if that's the think it might be, but it's not. We've heard it many times from the officers that the application will be tested against our local plan document, and within local plan document is policy 19, and specifically takes on that point of the unmet need. So what we have here, and I was first saw the management plan, the plan that we will have looked at tonight when it was in a draft stage, and it was brought to the project board, and I was invited to go along as one of the local representatives. And I looked at it, and it was of interest, because the local, when you are doing one of these designs, what developers are asked to do is how is this going to integrate with the existing communities? And when they went out to consultation on that first development, and I met Councillor Brown there, and we were discussing, and we looked at it at this first draft of the master plan. And the reaction and feedback from the villages of Cockenhoe and there was mainly that they did not want to have the development right on their doorstep. And I absolutely totally agree that that was the position that they took. And that then got us into talking about buffer zones. And if you actually look in detail between the first draft and what we have tonight, the one big thing that was put in was these buffer zones, so that the villages of Cockenhoe and Mangrove Bee would be protected. And that to me is one of the single most important things that is in this master plan, that protection to the existing settlements. We've heard talking about the heights of particular the development and some of the way the design will come, but that is for the detailed planning application when it comes forward, exactly where the buildings were and how they look, which is why I particularly wanted to ask the question about the master plan, that it will all look like one development. We've also known, if we go to master plan training, which many of the councillors in this chamber I saw there, and we need to consider things like the nature, open space and ecology. And when I've gone through that and looked at what these development and in this plan, it really does start to look at the woodlands, how they can enhance them. It also talks about green space. It talks about the connectivity and corridors. It is difficult because there is a great feeling about not wanting the development, but that's not what we're discussing. What we're looking at is what the development could look like in the future. And if it is built, and if that means it gets through a planning application, it gets through the policy 19 that's in our local plan, then I think, as councillors, the other councillor Billy said, that we want the best for the residents that are going to be living in this. And that can only, in my mind, be achieved if we've got a very robust master plan that conditions that sets the principles for this development, that it is at the high level, it will provide a good design framework. It will have in it things like the transport links in. And again, those will be further defined when it goes and the transport. And it will then be in consultation with county. It will also have the needs of their education. And again, we've seen there's going to be 2 preparatory schools. And if everybody's looking at the watch, I did ask the chairman if I could have some extra time, and she did agree. So I'm sorry if I'm prattling on, but I feel I need to say this because this development will be in the ward that I represent, and I want this to be the best development. I want it to have good schools. And I know that the developers are already talking with the existing school in Cockenhoe to see whether or not there's any, if you like, I'll say deal to be done. It might not be the right words, but to know whether or not there's the school at Cockenhoe School, whether or not it stays or whether it can be improved, and whether a Victorian school could be upgraded and have an all modern school. We've heard from, again, that the secondary school will be form-formentary. That is quite small. However, it is for the development. And I don't expect, that we'll see other villages surrounding it transporting their children into this development because there isn't the infrastructure. And I think the provision is already in Hertfordshire for the schools, particularly for the villages in the rest of my ward, go into Hitchin. So it is with a bit of a heavy heart, but I know that I want to see a good development. And if we don't have a good master plan that's been worked on and then has actually been enhanced by the consultation that they have done, and if it's not, if we did vote against it, things like the buffer zones that are in there, some of the other good bits that are in there, those will be lost. Not having a master plan doesn't stop a planning application. The planning application, as I understand, is likely to come in, and it then is not going to be bound by master plan that is then been approved. And what I want to see is the best the development that we can get for this area, and that can only be done by having a good master plan. And I have not heard anything tonight that has actually told me that the master plan on the table is wrong. I know lots of things that are going to be wrong with the fact that the site is there, and a lot of things that will have to be tuned in when we see the planning application. But the master plan on itself, I think, is good. It's a lot better than some of the other ones that we've seen. And I hope that this will deliver, if it has to deliver, a good development for North Hertfordshire, because that's what we're all about, is making sure we have good development in the area of North Herts. Thank you. And I'm sorry if I've gone on too long.
Thank you. Councillor Daniel Wright Mason.
I'll try and keep this brief because I think a lot of colleagues have covered the importance of, I think, why we need this master plan. But just on point of principle, I'm a bit disappointed about some of the language used by certain colleagues about the idea of housing need and sort of undermining, I think, the level of the housing crisis in this country. I think the way some people are talking about this is if housing need is some legal technicality that's been thrust upon us by some urban neighbour, whereas there is a real housing need in North Hertfordshire as well. And I think to act like it's just a Luton problem, I think is a massive disservice to a lot of people in this district, especially young people. So I did want to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. So the original proposer has a right of reply.
Thank you very much. As a summary, this master plan ensures that we offer the best future for this development, which was well described by Councillors Brown and Strong. Without a master plan, this will still most definitely be built on, but we won't have the control of phasing, buses, hierarchy, street design. As councillors, we visited many sites, as mentioned by Councillor Williams. Without a master plan, we can't make sure that wildlife corridors are protected. Planning committee will be the ones that will decide on parking aspects and highways, not the master plan. As councillors, we want to make sure that the local plan that has been approved is put in place in the right way. We need to make sure that we protect local infrastructure and quality, and we do that with a master plan, so I will be voting in favour of this.
Okay, I'm sorry, Stephen, you were a bit late. Right, okay, that's fine. It will be recorded. Okay, so we're now going to go to the vote. Can I just mention that if you weren't in the chamber at the beginning of the debate, you will not be able to vote. So, James.
Thank you, Chair. That motion is carried.
Thank you. Next item, Constitution and Governance Review. I've agreed that this will be scheduled at the next meeting of the Council on Thursday, the 23rd of January. Oh, sorry, I'm just going to wait until the public have left the chamber. Okay, we're back on. Item 8, appointment of replacement reserve independent person. Councillor Alistair, will you be to present?
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully everyone has let me start again. Hopefully everyone has had a chance to read the report, especially since we've all had an extra month to read it. And you can see that it is clear and sets out the reasons for the recommendations before you. As I'm sure most of us know, the council must have at least one independent person, and for practicality purposes should have more than one. At this council, we call these additional independent persons reserve independent persons. You will see the background to the recruitment process under 7.2 to 7.3 of the report. We appointed one independent person and 2 reserves in September. However, we now need to replace one of the appointed reserves, Stephen Tant, who has resigned. The candidate proposed for appointment, Miss Wai Bing Huai, was subject to application, interview, reference, and having to meet the legal and special requirements detailed under section 7.5 and the appended criteria. The appointment would be for up to 4 years for an initial 2 years, with a potential further 2 years extension. Ms. Huai's experience is set out under 8.1. It addresses issues raised in September, and we anticipate will bring a different blend of skills to this role. I therefore propose the recommendations. Thank you.
Are there any questions? No. So can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Ian Albert.
Happy to second, Chair, and reserve the right.
Thank you. So the recommendation that full council appoints Miss Wai Bing Huai as reserve independent person. Such appointments, confirmation of continuing appointments under 2.1 to be fixed for up to 4 years from 16th of Jan 2025, based on 2 years with delegation to the monitor officer in consultation with the chair and vice chair of standards committee to extend further 2 years. 2.2, delegates to the monitoring officer in consultation with the chair and vice chair of standards committee. Decision, if the current independent person decides within term to resign or is unable to act or no longer qualifies, to appoint one of the existing reserve independent persons as the independent person, and or to undertake any further recruitment as may be required. Is there any debate? Councillor Ruth Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that I welcome this recommendation to appoint this a new independent person. It's regrettable that someone resigned before they'd finished the term, but we will be increasing our diversity in terms of having a woman as an independent person, but also a different range of experience and background from the other independent persons who, by the way, do a fantastic job. But I think this will strengthen our team, so I will be supporting this.
There's no one else, so Alistair, do you want to write a reply?
Nope. Thanks, Ruth.
So can we go to the vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. That motion is carried.
Item 9, electoral services scale of fees. Ian Cooper to present.
Thank you, Chair. Section 8 of the report sets out the reasons for the increases that are proposed to the scale of fees. In particular, these are focused on the lower paid staff in relation to elections and to maintain them being above the national living wage for future elections, and also to reflect that the key role of the presiding officer at elections needs to be at a value that will attract people to want to do that role, and therefore increase there, as well as paying mileage to be consistent with what other authorities are paying that kind of role, to make sure we get people who want to do it for us in our elections. It also references in paragraph 8.3 the indicative fees from MHCLG, and bearing those in mind in setting the fees for elections. Apart from that, the detail is in Appendix A in terms of precise rates being paid, but ask that that's the proposal being put before you. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions at all? No. So the recommendation is 2.1 that the council agree the scale of fees for 25-26 as set out in Appendix A. Can I have a proposer? Ian Albert.
Chair, happy to move the paper, and in the interest of time, I'll reserve the right.
And a seconder, please. Councillor Allen.
Happy to second, Chair. Reserve the right.
Is there any debate on this item? Can't see anybody. So can we go to the vote?
Thank you, Chair. That motion's carried.
We'll just wait for Jeanette and Mel to come back in. Okay, item 10, nomination of representatives on parking and traffic regulations outside of London Patrol Adjudication Joint Committee. Mel to present.
You to present. Sorry, Chair, that's me on. Just basically, we have a vacancy which members are to consider following the resignation of Councillor Hinchliffe. We do the nominations to outside bodies at annual council, so members are to consider the new appointment to this body.
Are there any questions? No. So the recommendation is 2.1 that council nominate a member to the outside organisation, the Parking and Traffic Regulations Outside London Adjudication Joint Committee Patrol. Can I have a proposer of a nominee? Councillor Val Bryant.
Thank you. I'd like to propose Councillor Daniel Allen, as he is the portfolio holder for that position.
Thank you. Are there any other proposals for nominees? Nope. So can I have a seconder for that one, please? Councillor Ian Albert.
Happy to second, Chair.
Okay. No other nominees? No. Okay. James.
Thank you then, Chair. Yeah, in the absence of any other nominees, then Councillor Daniel Allen is appointed the representative to patrol. Congratulations.
Thank you. Item 11, notice of motion deferred from 28th of November. The impact of family farm tax on rural communities in North Hertfordshire. Can I invite Councillor Ralph Munster to move the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it obviously has been some time since the budget of last year, and obviously we're seeing the consequences of that budget being played out before our eyes in terms of the economy. The gilt market is up, the interest rates are soon to be increased as well, and it's general economic doom and gloom, something I thought the Labour Party was going to change and provide stability for the economy, and yet here we are. But imagine you are a farmer on one of the many farms in North Hertfordshire, and you wake up at the crack of dawn every single day to work your fingers to the bone in order to put food on both your table and everyone else's. And you were told by the Labour government, when they were campaigning to get into government, that farmers would not be an afterthought. Farmers would not be left behind, because the Prime Minister himself said that he understands that losing a farm is not like losing any other business. Where is that Prime Minister, I wonder, when he decides that he is going to have a substantial implement policies that will have a devastating impact on farming communities up and down the country? And while some time has passed since the budget, farmers haven't forgotten. Their anger, their frustration, their upset is still as strong as ever. And I attended the protest in London, and I spoke to farmers from up and down our United Kingdom. And I saw grown men cry at the prospect that they would lose the farm and the asset of which they have worked so hard to maintain. Because farmers often work at below minimum wage, but they work at that because of the promise that they will be able to pass down their farm from generation to generation. And there are farmers right across North Hertfordshire who will be in that exact same position. Because North Hertfordshire is a rural district. It might not seem like it, and unfortunately, because the decision this council has just taken, it is going to become a little less rural. But 76% of the land is agricultural. Farming supports in Hertfordshire over 2,500 jobs. And the combined economy and the benefit to the economy from farming in both Hertfordshire and Bedfordshire is £160 million. Labour's policy, Labour's family farm tax, puts all of that at risk. And I will just talk about, because we have a lot of discussion at this authority about how we can support communities, and particularly our town centres. But when we're producing the town centre strategy and the enterprise strategy, we often, I fear, rural communities are going to be left out. But let us not forget that for every £1 a farmer spends in the rural economy, it generates 7 overall because of the multiplier effect. Now, what we should be focused as a council is not just on strengthening our urban and our town centres, but strengthening our rural economies now. And unfortunately, because of the decision by the Labour government to implement the family farm tax, our rural economies are going to be weakened, because farmers will now be forced to sell up in order to pay the enormous inheritance tax bill. And it's not money that they have, because farmers are asset rich and cash poor. So I would urge all colleagues this evening, and I will bring my remarks to a close because I'm conscious of the time, but I would urge all colleagues this evening to vote against this unfair, this punitive family farm tax that will have a detrimental impact on farmers right across North Hertfordshire and will have a devastating impact on our rural economies.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion?
Happy to second and reserve my right.
Okay, Councillor Ruth Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to propose an amendment to this motion. So whilst I broadly support this motion, it fails to recognise the reasons, for some of the reasons for the challenging situation that farmers currently find themselves in. Many farmers voted for Brexit, believing they would get a better deal by the UK leaving the EU than they did under the Common Agricultural Policy. Whilst the Common Agricultural Policy needed reform, the Conservative government failed to effectively manage the transition from the basic payment scheme, and Labour are accelerating the phase out with cuts of at least 76% next year. The replacement environmental land management payments, whilst important for protecting the countryside, fail to recognise the primary role of farming is food production. Farming requires a long-term investment, so farmers are often asset-rich yet cash-poor. Due to reduction in subsidies, botched Brexit deals, flawed trade agreement with Australia and failure of transition payments, many small and tenanted farms have been left in a precarious position. Last year, 8,100, 1 in 25 UK farms closed. Now, £1 million sounds like a lot of money, but it actually buys an average of 100 acres, which is far short of the 300 acres required for a commercially viable farm. So although it seems a lot, it's actually too low a threshold for this family farm tax. So whilst I understand the motivation behind the family farm tax, and I believe that wealthy landowners should pay their fair share of tax, especially when land values increase substantially because of planning permission, this tax targets the wrong people. It fails to differentiate between hard-working farmers and those who are buying up our countryside to avoid tax. Farmers need more support, not additional burdens. Government support is needed to ensure that good land management to protect the environment and provide sustainable food security. And just on a personal note, I grew up in a farming community. I went to a local village school where many of my friends were living on working farms. And I've seen at first hand in the past how government policy can affect rural and farming communities. Some of you will remember the introduction of milk quotas, and many dairy farms in the area I grew up closed as a result. So I'd like to propose the amendment to the motion as set out in the meeting papers to strengthen the resolutions which call on the government and our local MPs to recognise the challenges facing our local farmers and bring forward further measures to support these communities in addition to reversing the family farm tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for your amendment? Councillor Barnes.
Chair, happy to second and reserve the right.
Thank you. So we're now debating the amendment. Councillor Ralph Muncer.
Thank you, Chair. It will come as no surprise that I cannot accept this amendment, nor can the Conservative group. I do thank Councillor Brown for highlighting the cost of two family farms and putting that in terms of the economic challenge, because actually the cost to the Exchequer of implementing this policy is going to be £1 billion more of that it is proposed to bring in to the Treasury. And what I would say to this is, unfortunately, it is a classic example of a Lib Dem copy and paste from HQ. It's a similar motion of which has been, it is a similar line that has been copied and pasted in councils up and down the country. And it seems to blame the Conservative government for everything. Now, actually, we support it during our time in government, during our 14 years in government, of which I might remind the Lib Dems that actually they were part of the Conservative government in the coalition years for 5 years, but that's by the by. But we supported farmers. We invested more money into farming. We provided them with more helpful and more valuable subsidies as opposed to that of which was under the EU Common Agricultural Policy. And what I would say to Councillor Brown is, stop banging on about Brexit. Take a leaf out of David Cameron's book. Let us move on. Let us move on in a spirit of helpful cooperation with our European friends and allies. But as I said, it will come as no surprise that I will be voting against this amendment, and I would urge all those to do the same.
Thank you. Councillor Prescott.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The problem we have is, and I have to say I have some sympathy for Councillor Brown's position. I think the threshold is wrong because I think it doesn't go after the people that clearly the Chancellor would like to go after. I think there should also be an age exemption, because if you're a farmer, you're in your late 70s, early 80s, we don't know how long we're going to live. And there is always the worry that the 7-year rule is going to kick in before they've had a chance to actually do anything about it. But the problem is we're voting here, and the motion is based upon what we have not what we'd like to have. And as our Chancellor is unlikely to be listening to this debate, I hope she is, but as she's unlikely to be listening to this debate, I think it's most unlikely she's going to make any changes. And as an aside, if she wanted to make any changes, she might want to have a look at what she's doing to hospitality, or what's left of hospitality in this country. But I won't be voting for the amendment purely and simply because it's not what we have in front of us. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. And I can assure Councillor Mansell we spent several hours putting this amendment together. The policy, as far as I see it, risks creating far too many losers. I think it would cause irreversible harm to our communities. Some recent analysis from the Association of Agricultural Valuers suggests the number of farms impacted will be 5 times higher than HMRC estimates due to the way that agricultural land has been valued historically for probate purposes. You can look into that if you'd like to. It shouldn't be surprising that this is going to hit a lot of farms in our district. The average price of farmland in this area is just under £10,000 per acre. The average size of a farm is around 300 acres. And that's before you consider stock, vehicles, machinery, etc., which make a farm viable. Those figures are from Savills and DEFRA, by the way. Farms generate unusually low margins, usually less than 1% a year on the capital that they employ, and even spread over 10 years, which the legislation does allow for. No business can afford to pay that tax over that length of time, which exceeds its income, and hope to remain viable. The long-term consequence of this policy will be the gradual breakup of many of our small and medium-sized farms, both here in North Hertfordshire and across rural England, and the inevitable accumulation of wealth into larger and larger estates. And I don't think that's what Labour want, but that will be the consequence of this. But it's not just about reversing inheritance tax. This amendment calls out the repeated blows to our farming community in recent times. I think it's important to note those. The government can't, on one hand, argue that this change is necessary to address the financial black hole, whilst on the other hand, that it will only affect a small number of farms. And I think it's important that we vote for this amendment that kind of puts that in the right context.
Thank you. There's nobody else that wishes to speak on the amendment, so I will now move to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. That amendment is lost.
Okay, we are now going back to the original motion. Let me start debating that. Councillor Wright. Donna, sorry. Donna Wright.
I think it's important to put some context to the £1 million figure. Under the government's reforms, farm estates will receive relief of up to 1 million on top of the 500,000 allowance a typical homeowner gets if they leave their home to their children or grandchildren. If the farm is jointly owned by a couple in a marriage or civil partnership, the relief doubles from 1.5 million to 3 million. This is a sum that excludes most farms. In fact, pre-budget analysis by the Centre for the Analysis of Taxation suggested that only 200 of the wealthiest farming estates claimed more than 1 million in relief each year between 2018 and 2020. Furthermore, the reforms will continue to allow for the beneficiaries of an estate to keep the family house to live in and pay the inheritance tax in instalments over a 10-year period. The government is also committing over 5 billion over the next 2 years to support the transition towards a more productive and environmentally sustainable agricultural sector, ensuring food security. Let's also be clear about who is benefiting the most from the current system. Agricultural land purchases are now dominated by private investors, including so-called lifestyle investors and celebrities such as Jeremy Clarkson and Andrew Lloyd Webber, who have been crowding out traditional farmers for years and pushing up land prices.
Non-farmers bought more than half of the farms and estates sold on the open market in England in 2023, with farmers accounting for the lowest level of transactions on record. Figures for 2024 show that in the first 3 quarters of last year, 35% of agricultural land purchases were made by private investors as opposed to 31% bought by traditional farmers. More and more, the tax relief on agricultural land is being used as a tax loophole for wealthy individuals trying to avoid paying tax. Indeed, Jeremy Clarkson has openly boasted that avoiding inheritance tax was the critical thing in his decision to buy a farm, and I quote, "Land is better investment than any bank can offer. The government doesn't get any of my money when I die." It's simply not fair that a very small pool of wealthy people can claim such a significant amount of tax relief at a time when the rest of the country are struggling and our public services are in crisis. The reduction in tax relief for agricultural land would not only raise valuable revenue for our public services, but it would also help traditional family farmers by deterring those large private investors looking for tax dodges who are pushing up the price of farmland. A cooling of the rural property market would also encourage new people into the industry, including those agricultural students of today who dream of owning their own farm but will never realise that dream. There are many ways that farmers could and should be helped, but maintaining the current inheritance tax status quo is not the answer. It is neither sustainable nor equitable. So for all these reasons, I support the government's reforms and will be voting against this motion.
Councillor Daniel Wright-Mason.
Yeah, I'd like to largely echo what Councillor Wright has said and sort of double down on it, because I do think it's important to be honest about what we're talking about. This is the closing of a long criticised tax loophole, which even in the past year has been slated from publications from The Guardian to The Telegraph. It was a loophole that was even considered for removal by the Boris Johnson government under the Chancellor then, Rishi Sunak. It's a loophole that now closed will be directly spent on fixing our essential public services. So I ask this chamber and anyone watching at home or reading about this tomorrow, who is this motion about? Is it about more than 70% of farmers who will not be affected by these changes, but will see and feel the benefits of the money that it raises? New teachers in rural schools, new doctors and nurses in rural GPs, and new funding for public transport that so egregiously underserves rural communities. And not just that, but also the benefits of the pledged £5 billion investment into sustainable food production, rural economic growth, and nature recovery. Or is this motion about defending the interests of the speculative trust funds and wealthy families that have exploited this tax loophole for decades? For conservative politicians who want us to forget 14 years or 160 months of failure after only 6. I know what I think, and for that reason, I'll be voting against this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Emma Fernandez.
Yeah, I'd like to echo what my colleagues have said, but I also recognise the need to support local hardworking farming families who've suffered a great deal over the last 14 years. However, I cannot support this motion. This country needs everyone to pay their fair share to ensure everyone has a level playing field and equal opportunity to thrive. Faced with a £22 million black hole in the public finances, what choice does the current government have but to level taxes on those who are currently exploiting the system and taking advantage of loopholes in order to avoid inheritance tax, in a system that was originally meant to serve hardworking farmers and their families and to encourage land being put to good use, but is now being abused? On the day the farmers rolled into Westminster back in November on their tractors, a report was published by an independent body, the Social Metrics Commission, which was completely drowned out and received no coverage in the media, which highlighted that 1 in 3 children in the UK are currently growing up in poverty as a result of the cost of living crisis. and this is something I've witnessed firsthand in my role as a primary school teacher. Recently, the levels of need and complexity of difficulties faced by our children has exploded to epidemic levels, a problem that is compounded by the lack of availability of early intervention or support services that we used to rely on that are no longer there due to the evisceration of our public services over the last 14 years of austerity. We all have to play our part in rebuilding our public services to create a fairer society for our children to flourish in. This is why I cannot possibly support a motion that clearly aims to politic and capitalise on genuine concerns, while so many across North Hertfordshire and the whole country suffer.
Before I ask Councillor Alistair Willoughby to comment, can I please ask members that when other people are speaking, that we do not make calls out and it's just not really respectful. So can I please ask for people to listen? Councillor Alistair Willoughby.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I will echo much of what my colleagues have said. I think we all across this chamber appreciate the incredible contribution that our farmers make to our communities and our economy. However, it is very clear that the concerns of active, hard-working farmers are being used on behalf of the interests of those who have bought land to avoid tax, rather than genuinely resolving these problems. It is, in my view, not right that any of us or anyone outside of this chamber should be using concerns of our family farmers for their own political gain. It is because of the very point that Councillor Muntzer raised that we don't want family farmers losing their farms, that we need to protect the vast majority of farmers who work hard to put meals on our tables, but it is clearly right that there is a policy to deal with the challenge of those buying up valuable agricultural land to avoid inheritance tax while cheating our hard-working farmers or potential farmers out of the opportunity to put the land to good use. We should also recognise that the budget is going to provide significant new support to farming communities, notably £5 billion to support sustainable food production, £60 million for extreme wet weather, £200 million for disease outbreaks. We should further recognise that the deal with the EU, negotiated by the previous government, has failed farmers, and some of their agricultural trade deals with other countries have had a long-term damaging effect on UK farming production and established major barriers to trade. I'm keen to work with my councillor colleagues across the chamber and officers to find ways to better support our farming communities, but I will be voting against this motion that is clearly being brought forward just for attempted political gain. Thank you.
Councillor Martin Prescott.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So obviously not talking to the amendment now, talking to the principal motion. I find myself surprisingly agreeing with an awful lot of what's being said here. I don't think rich folk buying up great tracts of land as a tax dodge is a great idea, and I think the law should catch up with that. I have no problem with large landowners paying the same inheritance tax as anybody else, not the 20% that's proposed, but 40%. But what I think has happened, surprise, surprise, is that Chancellor Reeves has got her numbers wrong. And I think Councillor Barnes, although he was at the point talking to the amendment, as our chair of scrutiny, tends to get his numbers right. And I think I'd be very welcome to listen to everything he said all over again, because I think it applies. The fact of the matter is we're lumping all landowners in the same pot, which is clearly not true, and it's not fair. The large landowners, the Jeremy Clarksons, he's been picked on a number of times tonight. His beer's not very nice either, by the way, but that's a whole other subject. I entirely agree. The Lord Dysons of this world, who buy hundreds of thousands of acres as a tax dodge, I think they should pay their fair share. But what I think is wrong is that the small, hard-working family farmers are getting hit at the same time because the threshold is wrong. The threshold should be a lot higher. But after it's achieved the threshold, quite happy to see a 40% inheritance tax applied, because why should large landowners get any better cut than I would when I pass away and pass on my property or whatever to my kids? That's not fair. So I agree with what's being said by a lot of my colleagues, but I think the motion, the budget we have in front of us as it applies to the farms across the board is wrong, and it needs to be rethought.
Thank you. Councillor David Chalmers. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. We have great sympathy for the position of the Chancellor and the government claiming that they need to raise this money for our public services. And we certainly understand the challenge of repairing the terrible damage the Conservatives did to both our public services and our public finances. But the family farm tax is only expected to raise around 115 million a year, less than 0.1% of government spending, and less than 0.3% of all the tax rises announced by Rachel Reeves in this budget. We have spoken, and others have spoken this evening, of how North Hertfordshire is very much a rural community and very much dependent upon our farmers. And our farmers across the country have suffered greatly in recent years. You mentioned the trade deals that have been done, but also we will mention Brexit and the impact it has had upon our farming communities. If we care about our environment and if we care about our food security, we must provide farmers with more support. Last year alone, 8,100 UK farms closed their doors, equal to 1 in 25 farms in our country. The government's own figures show that farm business income last year was lower than for all types of farm but one. And yet the government has also decided to accelerate the phase out of direct payments to farmers under the basic payment scheme. All recipients will see the base amount of their payments cut by 76% next year. We need to do something to support our farmers, and this is why we as the Lib Dems and myself certainly opposed this tax. I think the government needs to be looking for ways to raise money, and there are other ways that we would support them on that. But on this, we are disappointed. These cuts must be urgently reviewed if we're to give farmers a fighting chance of sustainably and profitably feeding the nation and protecting our natural environment. So I would please ask members across the council to think about this and you know, really what we can do to support our farming communities. I know that this, some may think this is a party political message, but for us, we just feel this is the wrong way to be going about trying to raise much needed money for our public services. Thank you.
Councillor Nigel Mason.
Thank you, Chair. As someone brought up in a very rural area, one described as not green welly country, but black wellies with mud on country by the former Lib Dem MP, I generally welcome a focus on rural issues. But I'm always suspicious of people purporting to speak on behalf of the countryside and everyone who lives there. In the late 1990s, we had the so-called Countryside Alliance, who claimed to represent country people, but in reality only cared about the hunting habits of a small minority, whilst ignoring the many other serious issues that genuinely affected rural areas. We must be careful that history does not repeat itself. I note the focus on family farms in this motion and in the ongoing narrative nationally, but how fair is that? What is a family farm and how many are there locally? Huge swathes of my native Somerset is owned by the Duchy of Cornwall and worked by tenant farmers. I'm interested to understand from the movers how much of the farmland in North Herts is owned by small family farmers and how much by big business. Some basic research on my part revealed that much of the agricultural land bordering Alton Ward and in Councillor Barnard's ward is owned by an enterprise that apparently owns 10,000 acres of farmland in Hertfordshire and Yorkshire. 10,000 acres. That's 15.5 square miles or 7,500 football pitches, apparently. I mean, best of luck to them. That is a massive contribution to our agricultural economy. But 10,000 acres is not exactly old MacDonald and his farm, is it? If the movers of this motion really want to help farmers, rather than focus on tax loopholes, look at campaigning to make the large supermarket chains pay a fair price for the farmers' produce. That will really help them, but will require a real political courage beyond the usual rhetoric we hear, because fair prices for farmers could mean higher prices for consumers.
And if you want to genuinely help rural communities, rather than focus on tax breaks for a small number of individuals, why not do something about the poor rural bus services that limit the lives of so many people living in villages? The new Labour government has pledged more money for this and to give councils control of their local bus services. And I hope that all local councillors, including the county ones, lend their support to this. Or help us to bring generally affordable housing to rural areas, to encourage young people to move in and stay in our villages, keeping them as thriving communities and not museums. People in rural areas will also benefit from the extra money poured into health and education by the new government, money that the budget changes to APR and BPR will help to fund. So I would say to the movers of this motion, I'm happy to work with you to help our rural areas, but let's do something for the many and not for just for the few. Oppose the motion.
Councillor Paul Ward.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to thank Councillors Wright and Wright Mason early on pointing out, I think the principle around this is good. Protecting our food producers is necessary, whilst trying to focus on non-farmer investors who are distorting the overall market. However, unfortunately, I think the execution of this in policy terms is simply wrong. How it selects the targets for the policy is wrong, as we tried to point out. And there's a number of patches now on it to recognise the fact that that's wrong, to try and help provide reliefs and mitigation to what is like fundamentally a bad solution. So the way it's implemented misses the target, despite the fact that the amendment hasn't been gone through. I still think it makes the point, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Councillor Matt Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. Like Councillor Mason, I grew up in a farming area too. And look, I've got great sympathy with the sentiment expressed on the Labour side. That, as we expressed in our amendment that we put forward, they rightly want wealthy landowners to pay their fair share. The problem with this policy is that it hits the wrong people, or it goes too far down the value chain of farms to do that effectively. It's not targeted. It's a flawed policy, and that's why it should be paused and kind of reconsidered. And that's why we called out the threshold in the proposed amendment. I just wanted to touch on a couple of the other things that have been mentioned during the debate. The impact on tenant farmers. I think the impact on tenant farmers, you need to think about they're renting the land from a larger farmer who then becomes liable to pay this tax. The first thing that farmer is going to do is to sell off the land that the tenant is farming, which creates a more precarious situation for tenant farmers. So this isn't a good policy for tenant farmers. The people that will be buying the land, and the most part, will be those larger landowners that I talked about earlier on. In terms of the phase out of the basic payment scheme, that's something that is hitting farmers now, let alone in 10 years or 20 years or whenever they need to hand on their farm. This is hitting them now, and it's having a big impact on their cash flow, significant impact on cash flow terms, because they haven't got that money that they relied upon. The other thing that's been mentioned is this £5 million of spending on farming. If you look at the detail of that, it's over 2 years, not over 1 year. And the head of public affairs for the Wildlife Trust has said that actually the overall farming budget remains largely the same. The real terms budget for farming is falling, and actually 3.1 billion per year is needed for nature-friendly farming in England alone. So that is not, it's not a sufficient mitigation to the harm that this is going to cause, is my point. So yeah, my overall concern with this policy and why I support this motion, although I wish that we could have amended it in the ways that we'd suggested, is that it creates too many losers. I think many of the government's goals, food security, animal welfare, climate change, biodiversity, things we can all agree with, they can't be achieved without the partnership with farmers. But instead of encouraging investment in the countryside to support these aims, many of these farmers will now be reluctant to do that because they are having to divert the capital that they would put into it into saving up to pay this future inheritance tax liability. So it's a big problem. Or, because the prospect of paying the bill means they're going to have to sell up altogether, which is a disaster. I think, it's incumbent on the government to set out a positive vision for farming and to rethink this policy, and that's why I support the motion.
Councillor David Barnard.
Chair, I live in a field. Farming and food production is a necessary and vital element of our rural economies. In addition, it provides employment and homes to local families and supports our villages, economies and rural life. It isn't widely advertised by our Labour government that it has also reduced the basic payment scheme, which obviously has been mentioned by Councillor Brown and others. Capital gains tax in the rural agricultural community has been increased from 10 to 18%. So the imposition of a crippling increase and the introduction of inheritance tax will be, according to farmers and small landowners, the straw that breaks the camel's back. I hear from farmers whose families have farmed their land for generations that there will be no succession due to this crippling and cruel taxation. This Labour government has not only broken so many election promises, but has condemned our rural well-being to the graveyard. Farming families will cease to exist. Workers and associated support businesses will be redundant. Agricultural workers in tied homes will become homeless. Mega landowners will snap up the resulting cheaper agricultural land, which of course is wrong and which of course we would all be opposed to. Cheaper agricultural land and create monopolies and inevitable higher prices. But this punitive financial imposition must be reversed. I support the motion and ask all members to do the same.
Thank you. That looks like we conclude the debate. Councillor Munster, do you have a right of reply?
Thank you, Chair. And can I just start off by actually thanking all of the members of whom took part in this debate, because whilst I might not necessarily agree with everything of which colleagues have said, I certainly am pleased to see that new members in particular are starting to build their confidence in this chamber, and they are starting to have a voice, and that is certainly something to be welcomed. So thank you very much for that, and I look forward to hearing from new members who haven't spoken in the future. But what this motion goes to is that farmers are the lifeblood of our rural communities. Okay, the countryside would not look like it currently does without the hard work of farmers. And to Councillor Wright's point, and I thank her for raising the point surrounding food security, because it's an important one, because whilst we may need a doctor every once in a while, we may need a lawyer occasionally, 3 times a day we need a farmer. And farmers do in fact provide a public service to us all. If it wasn't for farmers, there would not be food on the shelves. And that is quite simple. And we would not be able to survive in our modern way of life. To Councillor Wright-Mason's point with respect to a tax loophole, well, what I would say is that yes, there have been a small number of wealthy individuals who have exploited this. However, should we punish the hard-working family farmers for the sins of a small amount of people? And it doesn't particularly matter about a tax loophole, because all of those people are going to be fleeing the country anyway because of the policies of which have been implemented by the Labour budget. And he references, and this is something of which many colleagues on the Labour benches have referenced, but more money for public services. No, it won't mean more money for public services. And here's why. Because the cost to implement this policy means that it will cost more than £1 billion more than it is expected to bring in. And that's not taking into account the economic mismanagement of Rachel Reeves, who means that actually this money isn't going to be going towards funding public services such as schools and hospitals, but it's going to be put towards funding the increased interest rate payments on government borrowing. And to Councillor Fernandez's point, I appreciate the £22 billion black hole of which Labour members are always at pains to mention, but perhaps you didn't mention the millions of which has been paid to union paymasters with no strings attached. And I will just end on thanking Councillor Barnes for his constructive comments, and in fact thanking Councillor Chambers for the shocking statistics of which he brought our attention to. And I sincerely hope that colleagues from the Liberal Democrats, after hearing those shocking statistics, will support this motion.
Okay, thank you. I think we can now go to the vote.
Chair, that motion is lost.
Final item, I believe, referral from Cabinet 14th of January 2025, decarbonisation of leisure centres. A supplementary document was published in anticipation that there may be a referral from Cabinet following the meeting last night. Indeed, there has, and a further supplementary document has been published, which includes the recommendation to Council along with the link to the revised report presented to Cabinet, to which I refer you. Councillor Mick Debenham to present.
Thank you, Chair. We are now at the detailed design stage of the project to significantly decarbonise the Council's 3 leisure centres. The project has been made possible because of a £7.74 million government grant alongside the Council's own capital contribution. At this stage of the project, issues have been identified with both the operational efficiency and running costs of the air source heat pumps selected to replace the gas boilers and the gas CHPs at the centres. There are, however, larger and more efficient heat pumps available. These are bespoke and are supplied on a much longer lead time. Originally, due to the tight timeline in which we can spend our grant funding, we were advised that we could not pursue the large heat pump option. Upon further investigation, we have now had confirmation from Salix that we can in fact pay for the heat pumps up front. This would provide Wilmot Dixon with sufficient time to design and order the larger heat pumps prior to the 31st of March 2025 deadline. There are still financial implications for members to consider for both the running costs of the larger heat pumps and the capital costs. We will need to go through the design process before we'll have the final cost certainty. We have employed our own M&E consultant working alongside our quantity surveyor who will review the design to ensure it is specified correctly and make sure we can take advantage of any potential savings. Cabinet considered all the options and voted in favour of option 4A as detailed in paragraph 8.9 of the report. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Councillor Ralph Monsor.
Thank you, Chair. And obviously this has, I think actually, first of all, it's very, very good to acknowledge actually the pace at which this project and these changes have worked its way through the council structure. But could I just ask, because it has changed somewhat since ONS last week, what are the cost implications of this option to the council?
Can I defer to my service director?
I'm just having to use Mr. Roche's microphone. So as Councillor Monsor has said, the cost implications are different for option 4. Effectively, you're looking at between £37,000 increase in running costs to £117,000 increase in running costs compared to current position. Our M&E, our quantity surveyor, are mildly optimistic that they can hopefully bring that down. What I would say is that some of the difference is actually not to do with the heat pumps, it's actually to do with the solar PV. We've basically had to re-specify the size of the PV arrays on the leisure centres, and this is to do with the structure of the roofs, and effectively has meant that we can not have as many solar PV panels on the roofs as we had anticipated. So obviously that saving that we would have generated from maximising that solar PV has reduced as well. So there's kind of 2 factors at play with this. There's also a capital implication. So Wilmot Dixon are currently looking at 2 types of air source heat pumps, which are both more efficient, but one is looking at an increase in approximately £225,000 capital costs, and one is looking at up to, I think it's £582,000 capital costs. We've also got an £86,000 redesign fee to go with the redesign of the larger heat pumps. So all in all, it could be between £311,000 and £668,000 in capital costs.
Thank you. Councillor Matt Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. And just to echo Councillor Mansell's comments on the process, thank you all for expediting this through as you have done. The questions I've got are about the risks I've got two questions. So on 8.9.1, in terms of the risk to the council of Wilmot Dixon becoming insolvent and the assurances that we can put in place to protect the assets in that scenario, I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more on that. I appreciate it might be sensitive, but if you can, please do. And the second one is, obviously this is the second time in 6 months where the costs have increased on this project, and we've come back looking for more, which happens as projects evolve. What further risks remain on the project that might cause that to happen again in the future, if any, please?
So with regards to the risk to the council of ordering the heat pumps up front, we are currently working with our external lawyers who had dealt with the pre-construction contract with Wilmot Dixon. We're looking at whether we can what provisions we already have within that agreement that would protect us, but also looking at the option for a parent company guarantee with Wilmot Dixon, specifically around the ordering of the air source heat pumps. That work is ongoing, so I can't give you a definitive on that. Sorry, remind me of your other question. It's about the risks, isn't it, of the ongoing risks? So we have been given an up-to-date capital forecast of the project, because bearing in mind we are actually really quite far down the line now in terms of design. So we're nearly there. The heat pumps come almost last in the process of design. So all of the fabric improvements, the PV, the insulation is all already being designed, and the cost programme to date is not showing any other increases in that capital cost. So we are reassured by that. I can't say that there aren't any more risks, because a project of this size is always going to have significant risks, but they are being actively managed. We have the project board to manage that as well, and we have a risk register that is being, as I say, actively managed.
Councillor John Claydon.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just ask, with regard to the table on page 8 of the report, is the electricity usage quoted there net of the generation from the PV panels? So is that essentially what's required to be bought on top of what's generated?
I'll ask Ian. I think it includes the PV.
Yeah, that's net of any generated on site by the PV panels. So yeah, that's the amount being bought from the grid.
So you said that the change was, in actual fact, the change in the cost is mostly down to changes in configuration of the PV panels. So essentially the issue is that we would need to buy more electricity than we expected to. Can I ask also where the residual gas usage comes from? I know it's much smaller than previously, but just for clarity, what will the remaining gas consumption be used for?
So there's remaining gas consumption at North Herts Leisure Centre. That's because the learner pool at North Herts Leisure Centre, the gas boilers there were at the time too new to put in the application. So we have now got an application in for that for the next phase of funding. At Hitchin Swim Centre, there's the outdoor pool. The gas boilers there again are almost brand new. They're only a couple of years old. So again, there's the gas from that.
Munzer.
Thank you. So with respect to option 4B, only doing Royston, there's a £20,000 saving in terms of annual revenue cost. But if we're going to do all three, it's going to be between 37,000, a increase of either 37,000 between 117,000 pounds. Now, just in terms of the budgetary position and the sustainability of that, is that something of which we have predicted in our budgetary predictions, or is that going to be an additional cost burden?
It will be depending on the decisions made tonight, will be factored into the projections that are brought to you at the end of February as part of the budget proposals for 25-26 onwards.
Could I just ask, what was prior to all of this, when we first got underway with this project, what was the predicted increase annually for the revenue cost?
There was a predicted saving in revenue costs that's quoted from the July council report of 32,000. There was a very early bigger saving than that was as part of our original PSDS application. However, that was based on, I'd have to dig it out to be honest what the exact number was, but it was based on very early information before the detailed feasibility had been done.
Forgive me, in simple and completely and utter undetailed terms, when we started the project, there was going to be a significant revenue cost saving. We then obviously had the additional investigation of which took place, and that revenue cost saving was sort of downgraded to a minimal. And we're in the position now where it's going to be a cost increase.
So at the start of the project, we were looking at a revenue cost saving, but also capital costs, and therefore revenue cost of capital would have substantially offset that to give a net kind of almost net nil cost. We then moved to a position where there was an additional capital requirement, which was the report that came back to you over the summer to council. And at the time, we sort of set out the additional revenue cost of capital of that additional investments. That still assumed the kind of the ongoing revenue costs as they were at the time. And there's this movement now, which then adds some more costs. So overall, we've moved to roughly, I guess, sort of a net zero position, both in terms of money, taking into account revenue and capital, to a position where we've then gone over the summer to that increased capital, making it, I think, from memory, I need to check back, around about £400,000 cost of capital in terms of revenue terms. And then we've got this additional range of options now in terms of where it could land, both sort of combine the revenue cost of capital and the revenue costs and now.
Councillor Paul Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Just following up on Councillor Barnes's point around the potential large credit risk on the prepayment on this. I'm glad to hear from the Service Director there's the risk register being looked at, including this. I note that it wasn't listed in the list of risks actually in the report, but if it's being dealt with, that's great. Could I maybe suggest the two Service Directors and the Chair of the Finance Audit Risk Committee consider that we bring that as a spotlight maybe to that meeting, given that it's quite a dynamic and numerous nature of the risks on this particular programme.
Okay, so there are no more questions. So the recommendation is 2.1, that the council proceeds with option 4A and approve the additional forecast capital and ongoing revenue costs, including revenue costs of capital, and note the ongoing project risks. Can I have a proposer? Councillor McDebenham, and a seconder. Councillor Amy Allen. Do we have any debate? Councillor Muncer.
I will just make this point, and I will repeat, thank you obviously to the officers and the executive members and all of those of whom have been involved to make sure that this matter has been expedited. However, it is concerning that this is, I believe, the third time now this project has come before full council. The costs do seem to increase, and that is, of course, very worrying. particularly with the ongoing revenue costs, which could be quite substantial. And therefore, I think we need to be mindful of this, and potentially it's something for overview and scrutiny to look at in further detail as to why we have had this slippage. But I think based on the numbers this evening, council will approve this funding, but it's probably a good suggestion for those involved be wary of any potential pots of money being asked for this.
Councillor Ruth Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to echo Councillor Muntz's comments. I was so excited when we got the £7.7 million from this fund from the government, and at an effective net zero cost, reducing lots of carbon when leisure centres are one of our biggest carbon emitters. What's not to like? I know there was some money to match fund it from our budget, but that was already allocated. And it is disappointing that we've had several times it's gone up. I think the first time was around the termination costs for the gas contracts, and that was very, very disappointing. We've talked a lot about the risks of continuing with this project, but no one's mentioned the risks of not continuing with it. And I think there's a very serious reputational risk for this council if we were to can this project right now. I know there were other options like do Royston. I think also there's clearly putting in smaller heat pumps was a suboptimal decision, and going for the larger ones is much better option in the long term in terms of energy savings and carbon savings as well. So I will be supporting this, but I do agree with colleagues that this risk needs to be monitored. But I think also we need to balance that against the risks to the council of not continuing with the project. I can just see the headlines. Council sends back £7.7 million to decarbonise their leisure centres. Not a great look. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Daniel Allen.
I just wanted to take time to thank Sarah Kingsley and her team for all of the work on this. I'm very aware of time. I'm going to keep it short. Thanks, Mick, for your work on it as well. If we don't proceed with this grant, we have to give it back. And then in the future, when our gas boilers fail, we have to replace them ourselves. We ain't going to be given £7 million again in the future. And more importantly, we have promised a fairer, greener North Herts. Gas isn't green.
Councillor Amy Allen.
Pretty much everything I wanted to say has been said, except for the fact that we declared a climate emergency. We can't do that and then balk at the first opportunity to do something about our emissions, especially when there's a significant amount of funding on the table. Thank you.
Councillor Ian Albert.
Cheers. Thanks, Chair. I mean, I agree with Ruth's conclusions, but let me say, and I think this, Ralph makes an important point, and obviously other colleagues, Matt and Paul. In the end, we cannot and we should not continue with a project just because we think reputationally it might not be a good look, because ultimately that could lead, as we've seen with some other councils, in running them into the ground and so on. So that I would not want to take that kind of risk for this council, even if reputationally it didn't look great. But I think the points that Dan made that I think are really important, that ultimately is that there is some difficult choices here. We have boilers in Hitchin and Letchworth which could fail and could mean we'd actually have a significant cost in replacing them with another gas boiler. If we change to a gas boiler, there is absolutely no chance at all of getting any further Salix funding in the future, and an air source heat pump on its own is between 1 and 1.5 million. If we don't do this project now, I'm not sure when we ever will do it, But the reality is, if the choice was doing the project or actually the council has serious financial problems, we clearly know what our choices would have to be at that point. But I do think we are in a position where we can should go forward, and that's why I'll be supporting that motion this evening.
Councillor Sean Nolan.
Thank you, Chair. Particularly to respond to Councillor Ward's point from the questions previously, I think, yes, again, very happy for FAR to continue to consider the risks in particular, to consider the financial side of it as well. I think referring to points other members have made, when considering that risk, clearly the design process has led to a position where further costs have come around, as is quite natural in projects, and the design process in many respects always leads to that further investigation. It is obviously incumbent upon ourselves as the elected representatives for the area to ensure that we don't go over and above and, you know, promise things that then lead to a worse situation. But, you know, clearly this is a transformative amount of money, and the ability to deliver this project will have a massive impact, not just now, but into the future as well. So, yeah, again, Councillor Ward, you know, as far as the committee and the chair, definitely absolutely 100% behind ensuring we continue to monitor that and continue to raise it every time. But again, I think this is clearly the right thing to do, and we're very happy to support the motion tonight.
Martin Prescott.
Thank you, Chair. It does very much sound like we're pretty much all on the same page. But I would echo the comments of a number of colleagues, Councillor Albert, Councillor Munster, that the position is changing and has changed a number of times. I accept that the point that was made by the officer, there's a big project and all of these kind of things have a way of slipping. But I would hate to think we'd be like the gambler, constantly putting more money on the table in the hope that we were going to make that big win and get our money back. The trouble with these things is it's like a roller coaster. Once you're on it, you can't get off it. But you do have to stop and look over your shoulder every now and then and think, hang on a minute, with the cost profile that we're looking at now, had that been presented to us on day one, would we still have done it? It's an irrelevant point because we are where we are. We're not somewhere else. So I think I accept the realities of this situation. But again, I would echo the point that this really needs to be monitored very, very carefully because these things have a way of running away with themselves.
Okay, that concludes the debate. Councillor Debenham, do you want to reply?
Thanks, Chair. I take on board everything that's been said, and I agree with most of it. Clearly, it's not an ideal situation. So this is the second time come here asking for more money for this project. But we've got to bear in mind that even with the cost increases, we're still going to be able to undertake a major project that will reduce our emissions from our leisure centres by 2/3. And in effect, we're still getting it with a £7.7 million discount. If we don't go ahead with this, obviously we have to hand the money back. And the fact that we got the grant funding was because our boilers are considered to be end of life. So they could go at any time. And as Councillor Albert said, the ones in Hitchin and Letchworth in particular are being nursed, requiring lots of constant maintenance to keep them going. And I think to go along with Councillor Allen's point, for a green North Herts, and we all heard the climate emergency we say at the start of every meeting. This is our biggest chance to do something about it, and I propose we accept this motion.
Can we go to a vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. That motion is carried.
Can I just say before we end the meeting, it's James Lovegrove's birthday in less than 20 minutes. So happy birthday, James, for tomorrow. So I will close the meeting now. The next council meeting is Thursday, the 23rd of January.